Middle East. The peace process initiated by Mr. Abdullah Öcalan with the Turkish government is one of the examples. After years of bloodshed, there may be an opportunity for peace and a new beginning between the Kurds and Turkey. Unfortunately, the pace of peace process is very slow. The Kurdish movement is extremely worried about the way the Turkish government has been handling this process. In Syria, the Kurds has established a relatively peaceful and stable region in the north. However, the recent attack of ISIS on the Kurdish territories put an relative stability, causing hundreds of deaths and hundreds of thousands of refugees so far. The Kurds are defending their homes and their house and their land, but without any tangible support from the West or regional powers. Actually, we have last news that the situation in Kobani is very critical, and if the support of the West will not came today, the situation Kobani was fell in the hands of ISIS, which will give ISIS a moral against the last attack has been done by the United States, which ISIS tomorrow will say that even the United States are attacking us, we are able to have the success in this war against the United States, their allies, and against the Kurds. So urgently, in the case of Kobani, the Kurds need the support of the United States today, and tomorrow can be late for that. In Iraqi Kurdistan, so there are similar developments. Until the recent Kurds controlled the only political stable region of the Iraq, while much of the country was turned by violent conflicts. The Kurdish region enjoyed a political stability and economic perspective. Then the relation between KRG and Baghdad worsened, and the recent attack of ISIS on Mosul, Shangal, Mahmud clearly showed that the Kurdish gains in Iraq too were else in the great danger. Overall, new geopolitical realities are forcing regional and international powers to change their Kurdish policies. The increasing regional and global awareness that can be no peace or stability in the Middle East without addressing the Kurdish issue in peaceful and fair way. With such larger political context, we hope today's conference will inform the American public and promote Kurdish-American dialogues this matters. We believe that as global leader, the United States can play a constructive role in addressing the plight of Kurds in the Middle East. Dialogue between the Kurdish and American leaders may bring the region closer to peace and stability. With this, I hope that without further delay, we will begin our first panel, and I will thank you, all of you, to be here and welcome. And I will give the words to our moderator, Dr. Kumar Kundi from Tennessee University.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, today's agenda starts with our panel, the first panel entitled Future of Yazidis and Christians in Iraqi Kurdistan. And as you see, I have the list and prize on my left and right. On my right is that Mr. Karwan Zebai, who is the Director of Congressional and Academic Affairs at the Kurdistan Regional Government. Although he is acting representative now, since the KRG does not have a permanent representative. And then on my left, Mr. Tafil Shawarias, who is the director of American Yazidi Center, and also a journalist at Voice of America for this session. And Mr. Abraham Miski Shahdo was also supposed to be with us, but I think his flight didn't make in time, so he's going to be late. But we do have his speech, and his speech would be read by Mr. Arpachi.
Welcome to you all again. American Syriac Union, a safer future for the Celtic, Syrian, and Assyrian people, which I will refer as CSA in the rest of the reading. CSA people are indigenous people of Iraq. Their existing goes back as far as the beginning of the written history. The ancestors of CSA turned the soil of Mesopotamia into the scientific, artistic, cultural, and religious centers of the world at the time. The CSA people took their place among the first people that converted into Christianity. Since 2003, dozens of churches and religious centers of our people have been attacked, and at these temples, many people died and have been wounded as a result of barbaric attacks against the innocent CSA people. Only a few examples. On October 31st, 2010, bombing of Syrian Catholic Church Sayyid al-Najab in Baghdad, which left 64 people dead and more than 60 wounded, murdering priests and civilians in plain sight for not paying ransom. These aggressions against peaceful communities of CSA were taking place even before the gruesome atrocities committed by the ISS struck the world. The crimes against the minorities include genocide, rape, murder, selling women as sex slaves, large-scale plunder. But it is very important to realize they are being uprooted from their ancestral land and going through a cultural genocide in Mosul and in the Negev plain. As a result, all you know, these atrocities led to the mass exodus to the KRG region and other places. Now the CSA people are confronted with a cleansing and complete annihilation from Iraq as a community, which likely would lead to the extinction of ancient indigenous Christian community from Iraq and the Middle East. In the face of the atrocities committed by ISS against the Yazidis, Christian, Chaldeans, Syriacs, and Assyrians, and Turkmens and other Muslim minorities, we call on the US and the EU to stay involved and enable these people to return to their homes and indigenous lands as soon as the security situation allows it. We express our appreciation to the US, EU, and the EU member states for all their efforts in the last few months in this situation. We emphasize that many civil and religious representatives of people concerned have expressed their wish to return home as soon as possible. The 5 patriarchal statements of the churches from the region during their visit to IDP camps in KRG region during IDC summit in Washington. It must also be noted there is an urgency for the IDPs to return to their homeland after it's liberated from the ISS. For it will be harder for them to return to their normal life should this take a long time. Not to mention the winter is coming, and most of these IDPs are in open land or tents with no heat. We urge the US and EU to maintain their work in the area and to maintain the cooperation with Central Iraqi government and the KRG region in order to reach a long-term security in the minority districts that currently are part of the Negev province. We note that the minorities concerned experience Sunni involvement in the ISS atrocities against them, either actively or by concern and facilitation. Given the trauma and distrust following these atrocities, it is necessary that people concerned should get the possibility that the districts of Shinjar, the Yazidis, Tal Afar, Turkmens, and the Negev plain, Tel Kaif, Al-Hamdaniya, and Al-Shikan districts, CSA people would be allocated to Iraqi Kurdistan. This reallocation will include an implementation of measures in the spirit of Article 34 and 35 of the Kurdish draft constitution and Article 125 of the Iraqi constitution that allow self-determination for minorities in the districts, where they are majority. A practical translation in the spirit of the mentioned Articles 34 and 5, each of these districts would have administrative autonomy and religious freedom as part of Iraqi Kurdistan, and have their own defense forces under responsibility of their own conscience. This autonomy would have similar features as the current official autonomy of the KRG towards Baghdad. At Baghdad level, there's a clear struggle to reach any agreement. In the struggle, the situation of minorities is already moving from the agenda. The US, EU shouldn't bypass the central Iraqi government, given the need for the involvement of all the parties, but give clarity on its main aim regarding the future of minority territories. In its pursuit to create long-term safety for the minorities, the US and the EU need to have political options in addition to the political relations with the central Iraqi government. Therefore, a continuation of two-track political direction of the US and EU is necessary. We urge the US and EU to continue their relations with KRG in Erbil, in addition to the relations in Baghdad. A new development is that the Yazidi and CSA people are arming themselves for the first time in their history with the goal to recapture their lands, preferably together with the Peshmerga forces. So far, the Peshmerga have been reluctant to accept their support. The distrust created needs to be addressed, and the US and the EU and EU member states need therefore to emphasize that military aid given has to translate in the liberation of districts of Sinjar, Tal Afar, and the Nineveh Plain District, together with the minority forces. This in turn needs to lead to a proactive role of EU, US, and KRG together in the safe return of those who were forced to flee their homes. Given the trauma and distrust, this option may offer what is needed most: the security and a safe political environment that will create the opportunity to change victims into citizens. The need for the brutalized minorities to have, again, real grip on their own lives and affairs cannot be easily overstated. If chosen by the people concerned and realized, it will re-empower them to become confident citizens of the region. To realize this goal, the Western allies can work towards a US, EU, KRG minority representative common agreement on the future of the minority district. It is important that this multi-party agreement be inclusive of other Kurdish parties as well, and not dominated by the current government KDP party in the Kurdish region. The three major Kurdish parties and all political parties of the minorities need to be included in the process towards such an agreement. Thus, for the minority parties to agree their demands for self-determination and self-defense without fears and doubts, the involvement of the US and EU is surely needed. In the implementation of this agreement, specific time frames should be set to reach for each step in the process. The minorities concerned will decide on the future governmental structure of their districts in a referendum. Those permanently residing in these districts prior to August 1, when the ISS invasion of this district started, should be able to partake in the referendum. The referendum will take place after an agreement is reached. We call for a temporary UN force to enable resettlement and referendum in the districts concerned on the future allocation of the areas. The US and EU need to cooperate with Baghdad, the KRG, and the UN for the temporary establishment of a UN police force during this process. The Peshmerga will hand over the areas to this UN police force. The police force will not have any people from the Middle East, Muslim majority countries, or Turkey in its ranks. Once the referendum in these districts completed, the UN police force should remain until the districts have elected their own consuls and the armed defense forces are established. The US and EU can consider establishing a long-term relation with these defense forces via a common mission in cooperation with the KRG government. The US and EU have a historic chance to create a long-term solution together with the Iraqis for the minorities that became victims of ISIS. The US and EU can do so if they act according to their own values. These values place human dignity, freedom, democracy at the heart of our societies. These values should also be the cornerstone for our common future. By doing so, the US, EU will cooperate an example of these values of human dignity, freedom, and democracy in a region in dire need for a new direction and progress in which far too many people suffer. In our opinion, progress in this direction will help slow down the radicalization of the Middle East. Furthermore, we draw your attention to the fact that a similar crisis will happen in the Jazeera region, Al-Hasaka government, in northeast Syria. 1.5 million people live in this area that's now jointly being defended by Kurds and Christians together. Another disaster is around the corner of if ISIS is not defeated. We urge the US and EU to open talks with the democratic, and this is important, to open talks with the democratic self-determination of this area. The war against ISIS is not a clash between religions. It's a clash between fundamental notions of humanity and the denial of these notions. It's more important than ever to create a dialogue to promote fundamental values and freedoms in the Middle East. This is a region with an incredible history and cultural legacy. It is able to overcome the challenge ahead. This challenge is not limited to the Middle East, but extends into the West through many US and EU citizens that join ISIS. We have to work together with this region to help face this challenge. Kind regards, Abraham Miski Sala, American Syriac Union.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alperchik. Now the mic goes to Mr. Dafi Shabul. A few more words about him. As mentioned, he is the director of the American Yazidi Center here in Washington, D.C. Dakhil was born in Shekhan, town in Kurdistan. Shekhan has a mixed population of Yazidi, Christians, and Muslims. Dakhil graduated from Baghdad Technical University in 1983, and then he received another degree from George Mason University in May 2010. He has worked, as mentioned, as a journalist with the Voice of America, and he has been with this station since 1999. He also contributed and worked for Balash magazine, which is a Yazidi publication published in the book from 1992 till 1995.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you so much for the having me to invite me and I'm delighted to take part in this conference. Unfortunately, going through a very difficult days. Hopefully, will be over very soon. As Dr. mentioned, my presentation will be about Yazidis, and I was asking the question. Can Yazidis survive in this difficult time? And just want to start by saying, when I say Yazidis, maybe I mean all minorities in the region, Iraq and Syria. First, I would like to give a very short explanation about the name AZD. If you ask me what's your religion, I would say AZD. As AZD means I'm AZD. So the explanation says that I believe in God. So I wish that will give some of the my I think somebody wants to. Why different names and the experience of the name of Yazid is simply because of the. Okay. Thank you. This one. Okay. Simply because I would say that most of the writers who wrote about Yazidis in the early 20s essentially with Arab chauvinists that tried to change the identity of Yazidis. So for them it was so easy to say Yazidi, so referred to Yazid bin Muawiyah al-Amari, so they say the those are Arab. And in fact, the history tells us that it's the Muawiyah, the Iraqi Protestant of Yazidis to create or to establish a new religion that's unlike Islam. Brief introduction to, I would say, looking at the Yazidi language, heritage, history, and geography and customs, all these together confirm the fact that Yazidi are ethnic. Their national temple is Danish, located in Shekhan region between Mosul and Tuhor. Historically, Yazidis live in agricultural communities in Kurdistan. They came to this region with the Indo-Iranian and some people say Indo-European settlers which form one of the Mesopotamia old culture. There is no exact sense of Yazidi population, but it's estimated around 800,000 to 1 million, mostly in Kurdistan, in Iraq, Kurdistan, Shingal, where it was attacked with the ISIS. The most people live there, more than I would say 80,000 to 350,000. Shekhan also Turkey, where they share this. Turkey is a Christian town, but around town Yazidi villages in the whole in Bashik al-Ahzani. Bashik al-Ahzani, unfortunately, it's not on the news, but these two towns where almost 20,000 Yazidis is evacuated completely, 100%. No civilian or no people living in Bashik al-Ahzani now, and it's under control of ISIS. And also, especially Bashik is shared by Yazidis, Christian and Muslims. Yazidis are found in Syria. In Turkey, I don't exactly know the number, but also these communities are found in Armenia and Georgia. In the early 90s, Yazidis immigrated in Turkey to the Republic of Armenia and Georgia, escaping religious persecution in Turkish Ottoman Empire. In the last 3 decades, Yazidis immigrated to Europe, and it's the number is so high, I would say 140,000 million Germany. In America, Canada, and Australia also, there are small community visitors. Talking about this day, you have to mention the area, or I would say the era between only the Ba'athist regime time. And the Ba'athist regime, as these were persecuted based on their religious and national identity. And I'll mention 3 points, 3 different important stages in history. Where in 1975, the Iraqi government ordered the Yazidis village in Shingal, that more than 160 villages be evacuated and people resettled in 12 village collective villages. In 1977, the regime considered all Yazidis as Arab in the Iraqi national consensus. In 1978, also the Iraqi government or the Ba'ath regime ordered that all Yazidi lands in Shekhan and Tuhor areas should be confiscated and distributed to Arabs. And again, they resettled in 9 collective villages. Also, to talk about this, you have to mention Ferman, genocide. Yazidis were subject of 73 genocides, and people consider the one that happened now in Shingal specifically is the one 73 or 74. But these attempts resulted in shrinking their population, and I'm not going to talk about that in detail because this is a subject of another panel tomorrow in the KNC National Conference, and we will talk about the genocide. But I will just try to say that all these genocide attempts were carried by Muslim extremists and the governors or the authorities of Ottoman Empire. There are one which was one of the worst, I would say, carried by Kurd Muhammad Pasha Rawandusi, we call him Goya. Basically, also had their share in Al-Fal, where more than 250 is killed. And I will also mention the 1918 massive bombing of Shingal by the Ottoman Air Forces of Yazidi villages, because these helped Armenians who were escaping from the genocide in Turkey, and Armenian gave safe having to Yazidis gave safe to Armenians, and they were escaped from there. So I'll skip all these. If somebody interested, you can. This is the topic of the tomorrow in the KNC conference, the genocide. What ISIS did in Shingal? ISIS attacked Shingal on August 3rd. It was one of the horrific attacks ever committed against ISIS in the 20th century. They wanted to take the strategic mountain, Shingal mountain, to center their potential state. That's this mountain. When you say Shingal, it is three names: Shingal area, Shingal mountain, and Shingal city. One of the reasons that ISIS attacked Shingal, we say that it was because of religious identity. They wanted to force people or the Yazidis to convert to Islam. And they did it partly, and unfortunately they were successful in this. I would say it was very easy for them to achieve that, because the geography of Shingal is not helpful to be defeated, to be defended, and it is surrounded by Arab villages, Arab people. ISIS indiscriminately persecuted Yazidis based on their religious identity, unlike other minorities. Yazidis will have two options: either to convert Islam or to die. No other option. And it's not, they don't start here, but as they even convert to Islam, men will even come or send to jihad, children will put in Islam madrasa, and girl will use for jihad 6 or put in the 6 answer marks, unfortunately. This systematic persecution on the identity resulted of killing more than 3,000 Yazidis, including massacring one village in 1 hour, and saying nothing to us called Kocho, where 230 to 280 to 300 men were killed in that day. It also kidnapped more than 7,000 Yazidis, mostly women and children, but girls and women, as I say, offered to sexual slavery as Sabaya, and Arabic children were taken as scum to the jihad zone, and unfortunately, most of the 7,000 people still in hostage, and we are in touch with some of them, and it is so sad, and I would say shameful the international community that not acting right now, until now, to rescue them. ISIS also attacked the Shingal, the attack caused the displacement of more than 90% of Shingal population and 100% of Bashir Hassan. The number of displaced people, I would say more than 400,000. For the number, I don't have, no one have exact number, but they live in very bad condition in Iraqi Kurdistan and in Rojava. As I said, the geography is so hard, so this is Mount Rojava. It is with the Syrian border surrounded by the Arab villages and the collective villages are around, and ISIS were able to attack them and were just cut from Kurdistan, and they were successful to achieve their goal because of that. Are the current crimes in Shingal genocide? Also, I'm not going to go into detail. This is very important issue for two reasons. Again, this will be another part of the tomorrow's panel, and also I have my friend Lucy, who is basically from Armenia, and she will have some time to talk about that, especially because she studied law, international law, and especially the Geneva Convention, and how the genocide happens, or how to define the genocide. We will give her some time after we finish. But I would say, killing big number of people, kidnapping, I would say, forcing people to change their religion. I think this is all considered a genocide. And therefore, the international community is obligated to act. There are two stages, I would say. Immediate acts that the international community is obligated to return those kidnapped women and children, to liberate the areas that are under ISIS military control for these actions. I would say it should be some type of cooperation between the parties in the region and the international community, especially the United States, invest efforts in Shingal so people can psychologically gain back their lost confidence in both national and central government, help people in Shingal to rebuild the damage that they to their properties and businesses. In fact, also this is enough. There should be some other, I would say, long-term actions. It's very important to recognize what happened in Shingal. And again, at the beginning I said we talk about Shingal, and this we talk about minorities in Iraq and minorities in Syria too. So recognize what happened to the minorities these days, especially by ISIS, is a genocide against those minorities, especially Yazidis, because the number of killed people, forced them to convert, kidnapped, the number of kidnapped. Also, it's the international protection to all religious minorities in Iraq. Prosecute those responsible for this crime, whether they are leaders of the ISIS or those who allowed ISIS to enlarge and have this easy. There are talk about the arming the local forces as a mechanism to protect those people. It is good, but still it's not enough. It should be an international community, international forces that have to save these people. Effective program needs to protect the refugees and help them to recover from the disaster that they went through. I will come to that point. Can Yazidi and other religious minorities survive in Iraq and Syria? To answer this question, simply I would say now, I would say no, they can't survive. Now it's obvious that the ISIS will be defeated with the US and the international coalition against them. They will not be able to maintain its leverage on the large area, big area in the region. It cannot survive initially, it will be defeated immediately. However, the ideology of ISIS, the ideology that ISIS is based on, will not be defeated. This is the problem. And the future of the minorities here in Iraq cannot be defined without understanding two things. the nature of Sunni Arab in the region, and as well as the weight of the Islamists in the region. The first one, when we go to the Arab nationalists or the Arab Sunni in the region, I would say this is a big problem. Since forever, after removing Saddam Hussein, those people cannot take the fact that they become a minority in the region and they accept that they should be covered, they are to be covered by other people who are Shia. The second point, I will come to Islam and the extremists that have only trade on the minorities to history. I mean, even when we talk about the genocide carried by Ottoman Empire, still it was under religious Islam and because of the identity of the race identity. Therefore, we have to understand again before defining the future of minorities. When we talk about Islam, it's just, I'll just mention this point and remember this point until I finish. When I say Muslim or Islam extremist, I mean those people that look at the universe, look at the life in the eye of Islam. I don't mean one or you guys, because we all look at the universe, look at the life through the eye of human beings. So this separate this issue. Islam and people we all know each other, friends, brothers. We cannot live without each other. But when we talk about Islam, this is very clear. I never agree that there are two types of Muslims, extremists and moderate Islam. No. There's two stages of Islam. Islam without power and Islam with power. Islam with the power that referred by some as a moderate changed. It changed when it came to power. That's a fact, and history proves that. One example came to my mind, which is the Islamic University of Kurdistan, Kurdish. Many of you know that you're going to income. Do I have some? I think I finished 3-4 minutes. Okay. When the Republic started in early 1990, it was an NGO. And it did a good job, built Kurdish villages, built clinics, schools, but mosques everywhere. And with the fund of Turkey, by Turkey or some of the Gulf countries, nations. Now, they are going to be seeking power, is trying to get power, and they are getting support. The supporters of the Yahudi never had any, I would say, protests or demonstrations, but two times. One, when Morsi removed from power in Egypt, and when the war on the Hamas. So I would always ask myself this question. If we are going to take a part in Kurdistan, which is the largest Islamic party, we have only 3-4 other parties in Kurdistan, but the largest one, the one is the best, is Yahudi, in terms of democracy in the party and in terms of accepting others, but still, they are changing. When they go to get the power, they supported, they changed their policies. So my question would be this: would it going to stay like that at much party or power? If it takes power, I would say no. It will be any Islam, any Muslims who take politically the power and use the Islam as a tool. They will be threat on the communities everywhere. They will not accept the Muslim. Here's the problem. The big problem with us, with the politicians, to separate Islam into groups rather than if we say to separate Islam into groups rather and extremism, we have to admit that Islam in Mecca is different than Islam in Medina. Islam in Mecca was very much that 10 of ayahs that give the freedom of beliefs to people. But when Islam becomes stronger in Medina, it has different elements that encourage the killing, encourage the invasion of the land of other people. So that's what made me think that Islam will take power, when it comes as Muslims, when we look at the universe, when we look at the life in the eye of Islam, they change. Exactly like a person comes through elections, take power after 4 years, doesn't want to do that. Sure. And the problem with Islam is this: even the modern Muslim people like Gawan, like any other, I give you an example, it's close to me. I don't want to place Mr. Pimash, because I think Mr. Pimash is on that or something. So then the problem is, even the modern Muslim cannot denounce those ayat who encourage the killing, encourage the invasion, encourage the taking other people as hostage, the encourage of or forcing people to change their religion. If we understand this, the way it is, it will be clear that the politician leaders, when they admit this fact, and they have enough courage to say that, this will eliminate those Islamists from power, from government, and then fight with ISIS and easy and easy minorities will be protected. When that they come, so non-Muslim, Christian, Shiites, and other people in Iraq and Syria will stay together. Let me finish, or let me end with my presentation by saying the regions where minorities live are geographically treated, whether ISIS is there or not, because of those Arab resources and the way of Islam. And some people say that those people must stay in their land because they indigenous and they are people of the region, many people of the region. They have to find a mechanism to protect them. Otherwise, they will have no choice but living as refugee in other safe places. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dafi, for the nice presentation. Of course, just to piggyback on what he said about Yazidi, the term stems from Yazdan or Islam, which means Khuda, God. And Yazidis are the followers of God. They are the most peaceful religion that exists today. Contrary to what as he referred to them, radical Islamists and Arab chauvinists refer to them as followers of something contrary to God. It's not true, and it has no historic base. Yazidis are the most indigenous segment in the entire Kurdish society everywhere in the world. When the first Aryan group, prototype Aryans, arrived in what is called today Kurdistan, they brought their religion, Mithraism. And the god of the Mithraist was Ahura Mithra, who signified the warmth and light and beauty and peace. And these characteristics still exist with the Yazidis today. Thank you. Now the mic goes to Karwan. As mentioned, he is the acting director, representative of Kurdistan Regional Government to U.S. He has been working closely with the Congress to strengthen the ties between the legislative body and the U.S. Congress and the Kurdistan regional government. Karwan holds BA degree from the State University of New York Institute of Technology, and he also holds a master's from Binghamton University. And just like he is appearing on this panel, he has been appearing on many local, national, and international media outlets. He will be talking about minorities and coping with these atrocities that we witness today.
Thank you, Victor, very much. How much time do I have? I thought I told you, I think, just did 8 slides.
I think they also put.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure to be among so many people that care about the Kurdish issues facing the Kurds in many parts of Kurdistan. I'd also like to thank our organizers, Heather Pat, and our distinguished guests. I'd like to welcome you back to Washington. Since the advance of the terrorists calling themselves Islamic State or ISIS, the Kurdistan region of Iraq has received and has been faced with several and very serious, very complex crises. As we all have seen, the brutality of these terrorists has sent hundreds of thousands of people to seek refuge in the Kurdistan region. Many of these ethnic and religious minorities, such as Yazidis, Christians, Chaldeans, Assyrians, Syrians, and Syriacs, who escaped unimaginable atrocities and arrived destitute, extremely traumatized, and in need of immediate medical attention. In total, over 1.4 million people from Syria, northern Iraq, and southern Iraq are taking refuge in the Kurdistan region today. With a local population of approximately 5.3 million people, the strain on local government services and infrastructure is immense. Let me give you some examples on how this is affecting the region overall. Today, of the 640 schools in the whole governorate, every single one of them is occupied by the internally displaced people from Nainawa. Every single school, that is. Needless to say, this means that the school year has begun and these areas have started with a delay. But very likely, much longer. It seems that it's very possible that the children in the Hope and these IDPs will go without schooling for some time. We can't say what the detriment will be on the children of the Hope or the IDPs and the greater region. Refugees and IDPs are sometimes processed into refugee camps, but more often settled in cities and towns of Kurdistan. The recent influx has sent many taking refuge and shelter in construction sites, vacant storefronts, and public spaces. The owner of the newly completed Ankara Mall in Erbil recently agreed to allow the internally displaced people to use the top floor of the mall as shelter. A recent study by International Organization of Migration found that 17% of these IDPs do not have access to toilet facilities. 28% are not meeting their daily needs, and 74% do not know how long they will remain in their current location. And now, over the past few days, this is happening all over again with our brothers and sisters in Rojava or in Syria. Shockingly, 91% of IDPs' households do not have any means of income generation. The support of these people falls to the KRG, international NGOs, and local communities. While no assessment of the effect that refugees will have on the Kurdistan region has been concluded, let me give you an idea of the scale of this comparison. In November of 2013, the World Bank published a study on the effect of Lebanon's 1.3 to 1.6 million Syrian refugees population on the Lebanese economy. The study concludes an estimate that Lebanon, a country of 4.8 million, with a GDP of 42 billion per year, would see a decrease in GDP of about $7.2 billion in an attempt to provide relief for these refugees. Kurdistan today has a comparable refugee population at about 1.4 million refugees. However, consider this, at 23 billion per year GDP, Kurdistan's GDP is a bit half of Lebanon's. A decrease of 7.3 billion in productivity would correspond to almost a third of Kurdistan's GDP. Despite the massive humanitarian and security crisis, as well as the great financial stresses on the Kurdistan region, the government in Baghdad has played the part of antagonist rather than partner. In accordance with the Iraqi constitution, Kurdistan regional government is guaranteed to receive 70% of the total federal revenue. Due to the direct interference by the former Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, we have never received the full amount to this date. In fact, since the beginning of this year, we have not received a single dinar or penny from Baghdad. All told, Baghdad currently owes KRG nearly $9 billion. Another issue is to supply the public distribution system goods. Iraq currently has the largest public food welfare program in the world. 30% of the population relies on these goods on daily sustenance. Since the influx of Iraqi IDPs in the region, Baghdad has refused to supply these people with their monthly food rations or income, a responsibility that now falls to the KRG. Such a task not only strains the infrastructure, but it is very costly. International organizations are doing all to cope with these IDPs, but ultimately it comes down to this. Iraq has failed in its duty to protect its own people, and now it is failing to do it to pick up the pieces. Baghdad's refusal to release the KRG budget is part of an aggressive, dedicated, and sustained effort to weaken the Kurdistan region in an attempt to limit its ability to break away. Yet in doing so, Baghdad has only made the declaration of independence most reasonable. Why would the Kurdistan region be part of an economy in a country that it doesn't want us to? Why would we cling to a government that does not provide any benefits of citizens but demands full subservience? Despite what the past has taught us about the cooperation with Baghdad, we hope that the new government and the new Prime Minister under al-Ibadi will prove different than that of Maliki. In order to prove that, it intends to be more inclusive of the Kurds, Sunnis, and minorities. Baghdad must honor its constitutional obligations to the KRG and release the budget, so that we can better care for these IDPs and refugees. Finally, going forward, here's what the Kurdistan regional government intends to do. First, we are determined to degrade and destroy ISIS with the help of the international community. Two, when ISIS and their affiliates are destroyed, we would like to secure the areas of the Yazidis, the Christians, and other minorities to go back and rebuild their lives alongside the international community. Three, going forward, KRG intends to encompass its security units into the Peshmerga ministry consisting of the locals, Yazidis, Christians, and others, so that they can better protect their own communities going forward. Fourth, yesterday at the UN General Assembly, we were educating the international community to recognize these atrocities and acts of genocide as a genocide. And we are continuing to do the same efforts here in Congress. In fact, the Kurdistan regional government has put together a commission to collect data, pictures, and anything of the nature that contributed to these atrocities. Finally, we are determined to protecting all that live in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, or religious beliefs. Thank you.
Kaka, thank you for short and sweet speech. Now we have a guest from Armenia, Ms. Lucy Osubian. Correct me, what was it? Hussein, I'm sorry. She will be talking about genocide and the characteristics that define genocide and if those characteristics can be seen in what to happen to the Yazidis as a result of the ISIS aggression. Lucy.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, Slavs from Armenian and Georgian Yazidi, and also Russian, since I raised in Russia. Today, Yazidi facing 74th genocide. The term genocide first appeared in 1944, referring to violent crimes committed against the Jews with the intention to exterminate them as a people. In 2014, 70 years later, Islamic State of Iraq and Levant is committing animalistic crimes against Yazidi, the ethnic and religious minority in northern Iraq, with the intention to exterminate them as a people. In 1944, a Polish Jewish lawyer, Raphael Lemkin, formed the word genocide committee that combined the Greek root geno, which means race, and Latin root side, which stands for killing. On December 9, 1948, the United Nations established genocide as an international crime, which signatory nations, including the United States of America, promised to undertake and prevent and punish. According to the United Nations Convention on Prevention and Punishment to the Crime of Genocide, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in all or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious groups such as A. Killing members of the group. C. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting of the group condition of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in all or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And last, E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Yazidi as a religious and ethnic minority in Muslim Iraq have been denounced as inflicted by Al-Qaeda and ISIS, sanctioning their indiscriminate killing. And we met all these topics. A. Frequent report of violence, repression, and murder by ISIS became increasingly prevalent in Iraq. Hundreds of Yazidi are burned alive, crucified, tortured, animalistically shot and raped. Gruesome pictures and recording of virtual slain people, including children, circulate the web. Thousands of Yazidi, especially people, including children and elderly, were trapped on Mount Sinjar, left without provision, water, and necessary medical assistance, with 130 degrees the day and sub-zero temperature at night. Temporary tents failed to provide necessary protection from exhausting heat and cold. There was a significant lack of medical aid and provision in the area. Hundreds of Yazidis were throwing their own children off of the cliff of Mount Sinjar to spray their children death by starvation or falling into the hands of terrorists. There is a shocking account of a pregnant woman being raped and then cut open to witness the murder of her unborn baby. And so, all as a part of savage ISIS movement. Thousands of children are left homeless and parentless. Those who have not been abandoned or killed will be taken by other families. These will lose Yazidi identity. The aforementioned facts establish brutal activities of ISIS against Yazidis as a mass genocide. According to the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948, we urge the government and intergovernmental organization to investigate the crime against Yazidi in Syria and Iraq and apply appropriate sanction towards the offender. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oseo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. The floor is open. If anyone has any question, please share and go to the mic or wait for the mic comes around. We have a portable mic somewhere.
I have a question for Mr. Dahil. I guess you mentioned that there are two Islam, but it's power in Islam. Do you think if the Constitution, especially the new Constitution of Iraq, it was written as not as it is, but that we are a Muslim country or acting under Sharia law? If we had the Constitution based on secularism and protection of all minorities, would be sufficient, or still we have to educate more the Islamic school? Because I agree with you that after even 2003, the emergence of Islamic extremists in the other part of Islam, I saw that, and I was fearing that this is going to happen. So, do you think the secularism is an answer to this problem?
Thank you, John, for the question. Yes, definitely it would help, but the majority, I was talking about the majority of the people in that region, whether they are Arab, Sunni Arab that live there, whether the wave of the fundamentalists in the region. That was my point. But to have a secular government, a secular constitution, definitely would help. But it will not be easy to implement any constitution while you have the majority of the people there. They just want to have the upper hand in the government to do whatever they can to convert other people, to force other people to change their religion or to kidnap them, to take them out of slavery.
Cricket. All right, go ahead, please.
My question, actually, I have a question for Mr. Dakhil, and I have a question for Mr. Dakhil.
Please, when you ask, be reminded, stick to the point. Try to minimize your comment. You're not much time.
It's just a direct question. Specifically for the international protection for the city minority and other Kurdish minorities, is that going to be for just Shingal area, or it's going to go all the other Kurdish countries, which are two separate areas, geographically? I have a question for Mr. Jawari. Why the KRG failed to protect minorities and Yazidi majority issue law after ISIS was over Mosul? And is there, KRG, would he agree to have international forces to protect Yazidi minority in the area where KRG is home?
Thank you. Now, when I say protection to the minorities, at the beginning of my presentation, I said the protection of all minorities in Iraq and Syria. The non-Muslim minorities that I was referring to Yazidis today, as you know, that they are the target of the attack by the most fundamentalist organization in the history. So that's why we mentioned easily as an example. But at the beginning in my presentation, I said when I say Yazidis, I mean all minorities. Yazidis in Iraq, in Kurdistan, in 3 different areas. Shindad, the most populated area in the region. Then Bashir, then Shikhan, and the areas that are around Hoka and Samir. They are separated. This is the biggest problem. They are not in the same area that they can be protected, but they are separate. But also Christian, they have the same case in Mosul, especially in north of Mosul, west of Mosul. So when I say the international protection is for all minorities in Iraq and Syria.
Thank you for your question. On the first part, why did the Peshmerga fail to protect the Yazidis or the minorities? It wasn't just the minorities in terms of failing. What happened was on June 9, 6 months prior to June 9, we alerted Washington and we alerted Baghdad that ISIS, we had intercepted some of our intelligence sources, had intercepted some of the ISIS communications when they were still on the Syrian border, that they were going to ultimately come and take over Mosul. We alerted Washington, we alerted Baghdad. Washington got it, Baghdad never got it. Washington tried to strike a deal with Maliki to send in some reinforcements to outskirts of Mosul, so that we can make sure that when they do attack, the security was beefed up enough, this wasn't going to fall like it did, as we saw on June 9 and June 10. Maliki said, don't worry about it, I got it, I'll take care of it. Washington was very concerned about that. On June 7, Washington realized that Maliki was not going to commit any troops to the outskirts of Mosul. They came to President Barzani to see if the president would commit Peshmerga forces to the outskirts of Mosul. President Barzani agreed because he realized that if Mosul collapses, falls to the ISIS hands, it was a direct threat to our region. Then Washington went back to Maliki and said, we've got some Peshmerga commitments that are going to come and beef this up. Maliki said, no, I'll send in 9-unit reinforcements. Washington told him that ISIS was on the move on June 7. This wasn't going to happen. You don't have time to do that. So he didn't allow the Peshmerga forces to go out and secure the outskirts of Mosul. And he didn't have time to mobilize some of the units that he said that he would bring in to beef up the security outside of Mosul. June 9, 9:30, 9 o'clock, ISIS makes a move. Within 3.5 hours, they take over the whole city. 4 military divisions collapsed, leaving all this heavy equipment behind, and 2 police divisions also collapsed. People just walking away. With this heavy equipment in ISIS hands, now they were better equipped than most forces in the region. And the Peshmergas were certainly outdone. They had tanks, they had bombers on Humvees, they had MRFs, they had all these heavy guns. When they attacked Sinjar and other areas, the Peshmergas fought. They fought, but they were fighting with AK-47s. And AK-47s, when I was on the phone, we were on the phone every hour with our intelligence sources, they were looking at this battlefield and saying, the Peshmergas are firing at these Humvees, armored Humvees, but it's like taking a rock and hitting the wall just as it's bouncing off. So they were rerouted. And that's where the Peshmergas were rerouted, but they held their territory as much as they could. In terms of international protection, we welcome any international protection, but let's be realistic. Will the UN or US ever be committing some peacekeepers to come to this region to secure any of these areas? It'll ultimately come down to the KRG and the central government in Baghdad to protect these people. And we understand that there is some trust that needs to be rebuilt here. And that's why some of these commanders that did not necessarily perform have been brought to justice, fired, or sent back to the front lines, telling them that you come back when you have achieved what you have failed to achieve. Okay.
I think the criticism is not about why the Peshmerga or the KDP failed to fight the ISIS. The criticism is why, when they left the city, they left women and children behind. That's why people are criticizing the KDP leadership. Now, as you all know, a similar situation is taking place in Syrian-occupied Kurdistan, in Kobani. But Yemen made sure that women and children are out of the city. They did not leave women and children behind, and I believe the KGB should have equally done that. Now, I have been told that we have 3 more minutes and we take 1 more question. Sorry, as much as I love Yazidis and I want to dedicate all this time to them, but unfortunately we are out of time. Go ahead, sir.
My question for Kyle, I think you made some unsupported claims around, when Islam is in power and they change. Can you please explain how Yazidis and other minorities live in the Middle East, survive in the Middle East under thousands of years of Islamic code? Thanks.
They did survive, but how can I feel? When we say that 74 genocide attempts, and it's the recent history. I would say this is 18th or beginning of 72. So always they were subject of the genocide. But the thing is, the genocide, I would say before, in 100 years or 200 or 300 years, the weapons were different. The people were able to escape to the mountains, and to do something. But now, with the technology, with the new weapons, no, the damage is much bigger. That's why I always say this is the time for Americans to leave. I never say that now. I came to the conclusion that they will not be protected in this environment unless there is international protection. But how did they survive? Millions of Yazidis are now less than million. So 74 genocide attempts. And they will always target, always being easy target for those things.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this panel. I want to thank Kakarwa, Kadafi, and Ms. Arpachik, very Turkish, and Ms. Asoyan for their contribution. We have 10 minutes break, and then the second panel will continue. Thank you.
بگیر باشه حتی آواتی از بله
Get a quick interview. Sure. Great, thank you so much. I think you said that
Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, you can put some picture of
تا ایرو من لوبی اکتر چنه که تفکر مجلس روان دارم سرکا پاره باشه بس لازم هم مثلا وقت کردان ریس کنید هدفی ببینید که روشن نوچه او باری تکاتی دادی نه زحمت اوی چکاره هر کسی چکاره خوب بارو که خوبه مثلا که اوه
مثلا شبیه
اینجی سوالم زاکریه نبتا کستان باشه او نبتا کستان لکه بیجی یا شنگال یا پاره نسل خلاص پاره نسل نه نه دكتور بختيار دكتور نجم الدين يوجد دكتورة دكتور بختيار
بس باور كامل شخصين جمهور فلسطين كما بقول ربنا المكان بس منطقة كنا بس منطقة هنا لحياة الإنسان الجنة إن شاء الله صلي سورة ناصر Mike, how are you?
How are you?
Good to see you again. It's been a long time.
It's been
How's everything?
probably 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, how's your family?
Everyone's good. My son is believe it or not, getting ready to go off to college.
Excellent, excellent. Time goes fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too fast, too fast.
I think my brother is going to be here in afternoon.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Where are you
I'm in Baltimore. Yeah. I've been there for
Oh, Mike. How are you? Good. Good to see you.
You don't get any older. Just getting more regular.
امنو ثروته بیام پرامه جارب ایوان هتشیام سریال پایپجه دوام صالح Muslim speech will start in 10 minutes. Can you just make headline on Facebook a lot of things? Okay.
Please take your seats. May I ask everyone to take their seats?
Okay.
Good morning. I would like to thank Mr. Mehmet Yüksel and the DDP's Washington DC office for putting together this event today. It's quite timely, and it's not just timely because we are uprisings have put the Kurds in international spotlight, but it's also timely because the Syrian Kurds are under siege from three sides, from Raqqa to the south, Tel Abyad to the east, and Karakus to the west. So we have, I think, this conference will give a platform to the Syrian Kurds to tell their stories, and we have here Mr. Salih Muslim, who will be telling the stories of the Syrian Kurds, not just from a political perspective, but also from a humanitarian perspective. And I wish we had him here today, but unfortunately he couldn't join because he's been waiting for his American visa for 2 years. So before we start the panel, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Salih Muslim. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this meeting and give me an opportunity to talk to you. So once again, hello to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and I am glad to be able to talk to you today. As you know, there was a Syrian conflict started in 2011. At that time, we believed that the organized people, they can do whatever they like, they can do what they're looking for, and we started to organize our people and establish a democratic model in our areas, which called Rojava now. We organized our people with the defending ourselves. And for this model, it was very democratic model because we are sharing the Syrians, we are sharing the Arabs, we are sharing the Kurds in our areas. We have all became together. We could put a kind of social contract between all the components in Syria, and we were able to defend ourselves against the regime first. Starting from 2012, we could push out all the regime forces in our areas, and then suddenly this group was attacking our areas, and actually till now we don't understand the reason why they are attacking in our areas, because if they are fighting against the regime, okay, there is a regime in Damascus and other places. If they are going to do something else, really we didn't understand the aim of this attacking our areas till now. And maybe at the beginning they were not ISIS, it was different organizations, but they were brothers and sisters of this group of organizations. Anyway, we defend ourselves also. And we started to organize the society very well, and till we became European countries and the people and science and people in the United States, till they considered what we have established in our areas, it could be a model for all the democratic Syria and even for the Middle East. So because of that, we have other sites which they dislike this developments in the area, because the democratic ideas and the democratic all the balance between the people living together is going to change the balance in the Middle East. And because of that, we were target for this proposal to our areas till now. There is no other reasons. It's just because we believe, those ISIS and the similar organizations, they are just tools used by the others, by the other forces. And till now, these forces, they just can't destroy, they cannot do anything. So any part of the war they want to destroy, they just direct these organizations to them. And this is what we have seen in the area, I think, since 3 years in Syria, and then spread out of Syria to Iraq and other places also. So for this, because we believe, there are some sides or some forces, or whatever they call them, they dislike the Kurdish league, and they dislike also the democratic building, the democratic establishments in the area. And especially because what we have a real democracy in Mesopotamia, the other components of the area. So they dislike this establishment too. So for this reason, we are the target of these groups. Of course, we would like to coordinate with all the democratic forces and the democratic countries, because we believe the democracy is only the way to build the future Syria, democratic Syria, plural Syria for all the components of Syria. And there are also some others, they don't like even Syria to be democratic Syria in the region. So all of those reasons, we are under the attack. We are under the attack, especially those groups. As the Kurdish mission, we believe that the genocides for the Kurds and massacres for the Kurds which happened in the 20th century, we consider them in the past. The Kurdish people wouldn't be a target for another genocides and maybe massacres in the 21st century, because many things were changed in this century. But with the big brigades, it's turned bad for the Kurdish people. Just a few minutes ago, we were hearing about the Shandor massacre and the others, what happened to the Kurds, and maybe the thousands of them were killed. And, even in the 21st century, we can see the women are sold in the streets, and so it's just it's against the Kurdish army, especially those ISIS. They're attacking the Kurds. And today, when I am talking to you now, we can find the massacre just beginning in Kobani. In Kobani, as you know, it was one of the 3 cantons established in Rojava, and it's under the siege from maybe since 1.5 years, and nothing is going to Kobani. And recently, all these groups, after they gained the weapons from the many places, especially from the most of very sophisticated, very advanced weapons, Abraham's tanks and these Humvees, all that, and they collect them and they load, and now all of them are attacking Kobani. And while I'm talking to you, in these minutes, I was talking to Kobani. The Kobani itself, maybe it's under the sharing now. more than 100,000 people that fled to Turkey, and Turkey is playing with them, and sometimes closing the border, sometimes those groups are passing the border through the ISIS, supporting them. So you see, we are in a very dangerous situation. Well, when they established this coalition against ISIS, we would like to be a part of it. And we called them and said, we are fighting against those groups that since 1.5 years we are experienced, and we still, offer to be a part of this coalition. We are fighting on the ground, and maybe a lot of you remember what happened in Shendar, YPG, which is Rojava forces. They could go and open the corridor and saved maybe more than 100,000 people from them. We met them, we brought them, and some of them they passed to the KRG, and some of them still in Syria, in Nauruz camp. So because of that, we were, protecting not only our people, we are protecting also the Arab Kurds. And this is another reason, because we are the good fighter against those ISIS, and so because of that, they got all these weapons, advanced weapons from Mosul, from the other places they gained, and they just directed them to Kobani. And now the shelling is going on in Kobani, and with the big brigades, we had this coalition, air forces, just flying around, they're seeing, but not doing nothing. They could strike some places, but they were very far away from Kobani, maybe 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. It was very useful anyway, but still those tanks, those brutals are around Kobani. They are surrounding it, just maybe in some places they are just 1 mile close to the city and sharing it. And everybody knows what's going on, especially these coalition forces. Till now, in Kobani, as the Kobani people, Rojava people, we didn't find anybody supporting us. We didn't find anybody beside us except our Kurdish people. And now we are talking about 10,000 people from the north of Kurdistan. They are just on the border. They are trying to pass to Kobani. It's a very big tragedy going on. And the big problem is all the international forces and all the countries and everybody is aware. We have an announcement to everybody, to the United Nations, to the European, to NATO, and nobody is trying to do to stop this massacre going on at this time in Kobani. So this is the situation, and this is an opportunity for me to call through all the pro-democratic forces in the world to stand with the Kobani massacre, to stop it. Actually, this attacks when they started from the 15th of this month, about 11 days, we had keep announcing everybody about the danger of what's going to happen, but nobody took care of it.
There's a problem with connection.
Hello? Welcome back. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear
Yes,
us?
there are hundreds of villages. They are occupied by the scooters, and we don't have news. There are thousands of people being killed, and all the houses we can see and were destroyed by those scooters in our areas. And we are looking for the international forces to do something in our area. The blames of this coalition is over the city. They are seeing everything, witnessing everything, and not doing any action against them, not hitting the tanks around the city. This is a very dangerous situation. We are looking for help from all the international to do something. Is a kind of urgent call for everybody. For the United States, what can I say? I mean, we really would like to have very good relations with the United States, and we are trying to contact them. And I would like to be in the conference now with you, talking to you face to face. But they didn't give me this opportunity. I'm trying for years to you, but I didn't get it till now. And we are trying to talk to the officials, at least to listen to us, to see what's the going through, and we would like to be part of them, because we know those recruiters are dangerous for all the world, and even for the United States, for European countries. We would like to defend them, because we believe, if we defend them, we are defending our areas, our places, fighting against them. It means we are defending the democracy in our country, because many nationalities from Europe, from many countries, and even Americans, that are joining this brutal organization. So we are just offering to everybody to help, to be together, to coordinate against ISIS, really by defending ourselves, our people, in our home, we are defending the democracy. This is our belief, and we are waiting for all kinds of cooperation against those creatures. Now, I would like by the end, again, to thank you and all the organizers of this conference, and to have this opportunity to talk to you. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them now.
Well, thank you so much. Now the floor is open for questions. Please wait for the mics and introduce yourselves. So let's take 2 questions.
Well, I would like to ask Mr. Salah that if we were this conference, we were a center of power, like US or assembly of Western countries, what would you like us to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have heard all those problems. It's a tragedy, But what he expects us to do, and he's just 1, 2, 3, just let us know.
Thank you. Let's take one more question. Okay, there's one behind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saleh. Just I have a simple question. Kurdish people and Kurdistan have made mistakes over and over and over. And right now, and right away, in the Middle East, just Kurdish people and Kurdish parties and Kurdish organizations only, and Israel are democratic nations in the also in Rojava. How can you connect with Israel and USA to protect yourself, Kurdish people, and develop democracy in Middle East and also in Kurdistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I answer that?
Sure.
Yeah. For the first question, really, we are looking, I mean, from the beginning of this conflict, and especially when we are fighting against those groups since 1.5 years with ISIS, we asked everybody to support us with weapons. There were no weapons. I mean, till now, we are dependent on our own sources, our people's sources, Kurdish sources, no more. But nobody has done anything for us. For this moment, for Poland massacre, Poland genocide, which is going on, we have asked the coalition just to hit these targets. I mean, there are the classic weapons cannot do anything to advance tanks. They cannot do anything with the American-made armies attacking our people, our villages. So what we need, just for now, urgently, we need. If they are not going to hit these airstrikes in our places, we need those anti-tank weapons to defend ourselves. And so if they can find some way to hit these targets surrounding the colony, this is okay. If not, if they supply us with the anti-tank weapon, we can defend ourselves. We have our people, we have our young people, young girls defending ourselves. Everybody is very keen to protect themselves, and maybe half of the population didn't leave Poland until now. For the second question, maybe it could be a mistake, or it could be known, or I don't know, but for ourselves in Rojava, when we started, we didn't reject any relation with them. We're trying to contact all the sides. And for this now, I'm just promising you, if they just would say Poland will be able to deal with everybody, not accepting anything from our relations. Because we believe in the democracy in the Middle East and the model we are establishing in our area is including all the components of the Middle East. The Turks, the Arabs, the Turks, and the Arabs, and even the Jewish people. We don't think we are not accepting anybody from this model we are establishing. But the problem is not from our side. The problem is from the interests. Those sides which they are looking for only looking for the oil, looking for the money, looking for the trade, looking for the interests, which they are sometimes they are very away from the humanitarian values. And we are very angry with this brotherhood of the people with how to look about their belief and their ethnicity or anything. We are looking to look and have very good relationship with all nations without accepting anything. This is my answer shortly. And I think this is the end. I thank you very much once again. And I'm just looking for the Poland to save it from this massacre going on, this genocide going on. We believe that 21st century will be good for all the people, for the worldliness, and the victory will be the people's, for the peace, and for the democracy in the Middle East. I am sure of that. And thank you very much.
Can we take another round of questions?
Yes, please. I'm ready.
Okay, so here and the gentleman here in the front row.
Hello, Mr. Muslim. First of all, I would like to send you my respect and to your movement, to all the fighters, everybody in Kobani, first of all. Apparently, Turkey said after receiving those hostages from ISIS, they said that they will be participating this fight against ISIS actively with the United States. Have they done anything against ISIS in Rojava, especially? Because as far as we know, they kind of stopped their attacks in Shingar. So I just wanted to know if Turkey has taken any action against ISIS so far in Rojava.
My question is very brief. We know that Kobani is under siege, but can you please tell us a little bit about it exactly right now, what is happening, what is the situation? Because here people are getting used that the situation is very critical, and so what is happening right now?
Let's take one more question.
Hi, Mr. Saleh. I'm very curious to learn the US perception of the whole process and what do they really think? What do they really talk with you? And do they, and especially thinking of the Turkey, how do they support that process and do they really provide you with any necessary equipment as of now?
I'm sorry, there is one last question, so let's take that.
Recently, YPG, which is the military wing of the PLF, signed agreement with the Syrian Free Army to fight together against ISIS. While the PLF cannot reach any agreement with their Kurdish brother from National Council, even there were agreement, there were they created the Kurdish High Community to work together against ISIS and the Syrian region.
Mr. Muslim, you can answer and have one more.
Okay, I'll start to answer. The first question about Turkey, if they are going to do anything against ISIS, actually we haven't seen anything, and there is no evidence that they have done anything against ISIS, even for the help, and sometimes they are preventing the people, because we have our forces in other areas like the Jazeera country, the African country. We tried to have some other forces to support Kobani because the Kobani is besieged from all the sides. And there is only way through the Turkish border, and they refuse to do it, and refuse to coordinate with us for this matter. And they are not doing anything. And I mean, opposite of that, we are just hearing a lot of rumors that they are supporting ISIS through some borders, and maybe the ISIS could pass through a Turk mission from our chapter to getting support from them. And even they are talking about some tanks, vehicles coming to ISIS by train. So this are all rumors. We don't like to believe them anyway, but there are rumors about that, and witnesses are saying that they have seen by their eyes what's going on. So they are saying something, and actually they are doing something else. And of course, we would like them to be very sincere and to cooperate with the coalition against this militant organization. And we welcome for any coordination, even with Turkey against ISIS, but they haven't done anything. Until now, they are not recognizing, the administration in the area. They don't like to deal with them. So this is the first question. And the second thing with the situation in Kobani right now, the Kobani is not under siege, it's just a circle about 15 kilometers and large. And the people are all in Kobani, and there with the YPG and the other people, because as you know, the women and children, they were, most of them they were just across the border, and the others are sitting there defending their cities. And I talked to them, and what they are saying, they defend themselves to the end. And they are not leaving the city in spite of the shells going from the ISIS, from the western front, from the southern front. They are defending themselves very brutally. And last night there were very hard clashes. They were just could be pushed a few kilometers. And this morning, because they received by the night, they received reinforcement from the others part, they are just going to Kobani. We don't know what will happen in few hours straight. This is the situation in Kobani. And I have heard that maybe thousands of the people from North Kurdistan they passed through the border, through the gate to Kobani, just to visit the people in Kobani. For the third question, for the equipment, really, we are looking for the equipment. And nobody is supporting us, especially the United States, still refusing to deal directly with us. We are dedicating some, not indirectly. We are asking them, and they know the situation very well what's going on. And because the things are over there and witnessing everything, and they do need, and know what we are looking for and what we are doing. And till now, we didn't have any positive reactions from them. For the fourth question, yes, we have done some kind of agreement with these forces on the ground, which is Wilfred Volcano, and we are ready to do with the others. But I mean, because they recognize what has been established in the Kurdish areas. And for the Syrian Kurdish Council, till now they are not recognizing the system established over there. And they are not willing to share with what's going on establishment. Just because I think there are some somebody is making hostage, they don't like it for them to be united. So because of that, they will come many times for me to join and to defend their families, to defend their land, to defend their country, but they are not recognizing anything. And they are not willing to decide with the IPG and other forces. And some of them, what they are saying is just they don't have the forces to join them. Anyway, for the cooperation, especially in this time, we are ready to cooperate with all the forces against the ISIS, even if they are Kurdish or not Kurdish, and even if they are international forces, just to defend our countries, to defend our land, to defend our honor before of that. So this is the situation. And if you have more questions, I am ready also.
Yes, and there's one more question. Is there any other question from the end after this round? Yes, so we'll take two more questions. Oh, sorry, there's one more.
My question has to do with the relationship between you and the PYD in general and the KRG and Mr. Barzani. There was a point when there were a lot of tensions between you. The KRG was building this tension between Iraq Kurdistan and Syrian Kurdistan. That the impression we have here is that that relationship is changing, it's becoming more amicable. Can you please elaborate on that a little bit?
There was reported that KRG regional forces of YPG forces were dispatched to Kobani to help YPG repel ISIS attack. To what extent these reports that?
Thank you. Actually, they covered my question. So it's the same question.
Mr. Muslim, the floor is yours.
Yeah, that's okay. For the relations with KRG, we have very good relations because we consider all of the parties in KRG are our brothers and we have relations with them. It's only there was in the past, there was one problem with the PAK, KDP, which is a party, a main party in the south. And just because they wanted one of their alliance to be sharing everything for free. And it was a mistake anyway by the past now. And just 2 days ago, we had heard very good statements. We are very happy to get from Mr. Karzai, the president of KRG. And we know, I mean, that is part of the answer to the second question, because Kobani is under the siege, it's far away geographically, maybe the Peshmergas cannot reach to that place. And actually, I mean, we need a weapon more than the weapon is advanced weapon more than any people, because we have people to defend ourselves. And geographically, if they cannot, it's impossible to go to Kobani. They can use their relations with Turkey. They have very good relations with Turkey. Maybe they can pass, if they are really against ISIS Turkey, but they can try to supply Kobani people, refugee over there, to support them with some weapons to Turkey. They can do that. Even because now there is another fighting going on in Syria, so they can support those people also. And this fighting in Syria, they are going to the west and trying to come to Al-Chakra to support Romani, so they can support the YPG forces over there. So there is a way to have. We are still waiting. They can't do anything. There are for the Kurdish unity, especially with the PKK, we would like to have very good relations. I think in future it should be, and even for the National Congress, for the conference for all the Kurdish people in four parts, it should be also done. We are waiting for it and calling for it. So in future we will do it for sure, and the relations are okay, but on the ground what they can do, still we haven't received anybody. We are looking for the practical steps toward this unity, toward this help, toward this coordination between all of those. We will be happy with that, of course. For PUK, I think considered as a part of KRG, some Peshmergas from PUK, they were fighting all together, especially in Turkey. They fought against those ISIS together, and still there are very good coordination. So also it's very local in Turkey in some places, but it could not be extended to Poland until now. Yeah, this is my answer, yes.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Muslim, for taking the time to talk to us today. Please join us in thanking me, and then we'll start the session. So his remarks set the stage for the second panel, and we will start with Ruken. She is a PhD student in Language, Literacy and Culture program at the University of Maryland, and she's a graduate assistant in the gender studies of the same university. We have Mr. Mutluciroğlu. He's a Washington, D.C.-based journalist and a political analyst specializing in Kurdish issue, primarily in Syria and Turkey. And then we have Mr. Ruşen Çakır. He's a journalist from Turkey and is the author of 13 books. He taught contemporary Islamic political thought and Turkey at Marmara University, and also Islam, democracy, and civil society at the State University of New York at Buffalo. You can.
Hello everyone, Mr. Elaborate on the conflict in Syria and Rojava. Hello everyone, so Mr. Sanjustin, he elaborated more on the conflict in Syria and Rojava, regional politics and so on. My talk is going to be on Kurdish women's struggles in Rojava. I'd like to start by showing you some photos. My friend is helping me now.
you.
This might take some time to understand. Why don't you start?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you so much, sir, for that.
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. It is really very difficult after speaking after Mr. Salim is living the Rojava case, the problem, and we are observing as journalists. I want to sum up a little bit why the Rojava people, especially Kobani people, actually are resisting for the first time, maybe. Open the resistance to ISIS Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. This is the first time that we are witnessing a real resistance to ISIS forces. But this time, these people don't have any sponsor and they are alone resisting to ISIS, which has been declared as a common enemy of international community. We know that there is an international coalition with, whose aim is to fight ISIS everywhere in Syria and Iraq, and they already, especially Americans, already intervened in the ISIS forces while they were attacking Erbil. But this time, this attack is going on for many days, but still there is no military intervention to ISIS forces around Kobani. So what is the question here? Why international community, especially the Western countries and United States, don't have Kobani people? I think that this question is totally political and strategic, and we should look at, in order to understand the heart of the question, we should look at two capitals. One is Erbil of the Kurdistan regional government, and the biggest one, the most important one, Ankara, the capital of Turkey. Here, and why this capital, mainly Ankara, is not very sympathetic to any kind of assistance to Kobani people, actual resistance of Kobani people. We should, I'm not a Kurdish, I'm a journalist, and I am not engaged in a political movement, and I'm trying to be as objective as I can be. So the question is a kind of power struggle in the region, and especially in the Kurdistan, in the whole Kurdistan. And we know that here in the Rojava region, mostly where there are mostly Kurdish people, there are three cantons. It's a kind of a Kobani, Gizir, and Afrin. And this is this project, this model has been developed by the project of Abdullah Öcalan. As we know, Abdullah Öcalan is refusing the national state for Kurdish people. Instead, is focusing on democratic autonomy, strong democratic autonomy establishment for Kurds in their country, and creating a confederation among these parts of Kurdistan. So Rojava is the first area to be tested of this project. And Rojava is a political party, the party of Mr. Muslim, PYD, is mostly influenced by the ideology or by the politics of Abdullah Öcalan, and has a really good relationship with Kurdish political movement of Turkey, means PKK and KDP. So this is the heart of the question. the simpler question is between Rojava and Erbil. And this is mainly a kind of concurrence for being the major, most important actor of Kurdistan politics. So this is a concurrence between PKK and KDP and or Mr. Öcalan and Mr. Barzani. So it can be resolved among Kurds maybe during the time. And especially after what happened in Sinjar Mountain and Mahmud Khan in Iraqi Kurdistan, and after the assistance of people from Syria, YPG guerrilla from Syria to Sinjar Mountain, and HPG guerrilla from Kandil Mountain to Mahmud. This distance between Erbil and Kandil, or between this Kurdish political movement of Turkey and the Iraqi Kurdish political movement is really diminished and so softened, and they can create an understanding among each other. But still not yet, but still it's possible. But the biggest question is between Kandil or Rojava and Ankara. Ankara still doesn't want that the democratic autonomy project of Abdullah Öcalan is tested in Rojava and is successful in Rojava. So this is a very important point for Ankara. And the other thing is that military existence of the YPG forces in Rojava might mean that the control of the front line of Turkey and Syria by these people. So Ankara is still considering this Kurdish military existence as a threat to Ankara or Turkish unity. And I think that this is a main problem, and the biggest problem is the problem of Ankara. And as we know, after the Kobani, after the attacks of ISIS to Kobani, Kurdish political movement are talking about that, are insisting that Turkey, Ankara, is supporting ISIS against the PYD people in Kobani. Maybe it might be exaggerated, but the question is that when you look at the geography of Kobani, the map of Kobani, there is only one way for Kobani people is to Suruc, to Turkey. All of the other parts are controlled by ISIS people. For example, in order to get some support from other parts of Rojava or from Kandil or from Turkey, there is only one entrance. This is from Turkey. You cannot bring arms from other parts of Rojava easily to Kobani. You need to pass Turkey and use the gate of Turkey and enter to Kobani. But the question is, Turkey doesn't allow this kind of military, especially not humanitarian, but military support. Why Turkey is against this influence of PYD in Rojava? They said at the beginning, when Ankara has been really extremely engaged in Syrian opposition, and when Turkey was and still is one of the main sponsors of this Syrian opposition coalition, they invited PYD to the coalition, but the group refused it because the major actors of the coalition were not really wishing to promote Kurdish right after the revolution or after the regime change. So Kurds were invited to the coalition, but they were not offered any real concrete promise. So as as the PYD didn't join the coalition, it has been translated by Ankara and pro-Ankara forces as a kind of supporting the Assad regime against the opposition. But it's not true, as far as I know. It's not true, but we can say that PYD tried to profit the civil war in Syria for establishing its own construction. And PYD and mainly Kurds, mainly the majority of Kurds of Syria, preferred to be neutral during the civil war, and they were not really touched in the first years of the civil war. But now, after the fact of ISIS or Islamic State, now this is the turn of Kurds to be touched. Now, when you look at Iraq and in Syria, at the beginning, ISIS, Islamic State, was considered as a group based on sect, Sunni Arab organization against Shiite or Nusayric of Syria. But then suddenly, after Mosul, suddenly we observed that this organization began to attack mainly and uniquely Kurds. And in actual position, there is not a real war going on in Iraq. The ISIS is existing mainly around Kobani, and they are attacking Kobani, and they are not attacking major Assad regime nor other groups and so on. So this is a really very critical situation. And what can be done? And I think that the key is Ankara, but Ankara is still hesitating to supporting this Rojava people, Kobani people. And until recently, the Kurds were have some opportunity because Ankara was refusing to join the international coalition against ISIS. For example, this conference, when organized, when I've been talking about this conference, Ankara was refusing to join the ISIS. So, as a partner for the United States in the region and in Syria, the Kurds were the best choice, maybe unique choice for fighting ISIS. But 3 days ago in New York City, President Tayyip Erdogan made an open declaration, and he said that Turkey is ready to any kind of cooperation with this coalition. But he has, of course, he has some reservation, and one of these reservations, maybe the first reservation, is what to do with Rojava, administration of Rojava. And now, normally, till now, the international coalition should have intervened to the situation in Kobani, but still, they are not doing this, and I think that this is because of Ankara reservation. But this is a very risky business for everybody, because the main issue is that Ankara is negotiating or is in a dialogue with the Kurdish political movement in Turkey for and stable peace in Turkey, so resolving for Turkish president. And who is the major negotiator? It is Abdullah Öcalan. And also the government said that they are ready to talk directly with Kandil people, the representative of PKK also. But on the other hand, why they are negotiating or why they are preparing for the negotiation with Kurdish political movement in Turkey, on the other hand, they are trying to create some obstacle to other part of this movement in Rojava. So this is a big contradiction. And because of this Kobani issue, PKK representative, spokesperson, leadership is making some declaration systematically and saying that if Ankara's attitude will go on, so peace process in Turkey is under the risk. So this is a big, really a big risk. If there will be a collapse in Rojava, in Kobani, if there will be a catastrophe in Kobani, it's sure that this catastrophe will be transferred to Turkey too. But not only the catastrophe, but also the civil war might be transferred to Turkey too. And don't forget that now Ankara doesn't like that borderline are controlled by Kurdish military people of PYD. But if PYD and YPG lose the war against ISIS, this borderline would be controlled by ISIS. And it is really openly more dangerous for Turkey, not only for Turkey, but for every part of the international community, including the United States.
For next, and I think your statements will be directly related to what you're trying to say, so Carol, speak.
That's an easy one. Yeah, Rushan mentioned really also the things I was going to mention. He did an excellent speech. So what I would like to say is that before I start, I would like to also mention the desperate urgent situation of Kobani as well, because the humanitarian case, lives of tens of thousands of people are at stake. I had an opportunity to talk to Kovar this morning before this conference, and people inside of the city were desperately trying to reach their voices out, including this conference, participants of this conference, that the situation is getting very, very terrible, and that international community should not allow another massacre similar to happen to the city people. So the same thing is about to happen unless the international community steps in, do something to ISIS, which President Obama defines as a cancer. Indeed, it's a cancer, and the cancer, the biggest people trying to fight this cancer is Kurds. From Afrin to 70 kilometers to the Mediterranean Sea, all the way from Afrin, the Kurdish people are fighting ISIS, and they have been more successful. But the international community managed to acknowledge the efforts of rally Kurds by providing them weapons, by helping them sophisticated weapons that could match ISIS. As you all now know, ISIS are using more very, very advanced American weapons that they seized in Mosul, but unfortunately the international community failed to recognize and acknowledge and meet the urgent call of the Syrian Kurds. So when I heard some horrifying stories that some fighters are forced to use their own body to be able to stop Abraham tank because they don't have weapons. So imagine the British independent covered the story 2 days ago. When I read that, that's really, it's so heroic. So people are forced to use their bodies because they don't have much and they're trying to protect their people. So international community is acknowledging right Kurds, but failing Syrian Kurds. The Syrian Kurds that are very embracing the areas under Kurdish control, minorities, the Syriacs, I think the speaker mentioned this, the Syriacs, Armenians, Arabs are living freely, and the human rights are protected, whereas people are publicly harassed, women are publicly persecuted because they are women, but in Kurdish controlled Syria, women are free, they are in the government. I think my colleague will further cover that. So that's a good model. Now the international media knows the crucial role YPG played in saving tens of thousands of Yazidi people. But
I'm having a difficult time why the international community is reluctant to acknowledge and support YPG. CNN, BBC, all its wise international, they all witness that YPG is the most effective force fighting the ISIS. When this is the case, there is a coalition established. I think this coalition and I think international community should see this. If Kurds are the biggest opportunity, biggest chance for international community, among the Kurds, YPG is that force. YPG has been fighting for over 2 years with ISIS and before that Nusra and other like-minded groups. So if you really want to be addressing the threat that ISIS poses to the Middle East and all humanity, then you should engage with right partners. Me and my colleague Vladimir, we wrote a piece 2 days ago. We argued that YPG and FSA groups had some kind of agreements recently. That's promising. There are almost no secular groups left in Syria. They are marginalized. They are weakened. All their fighter base they went to radical groups. Now there are. I heard yesterday CNN was covering some moderate groups are going to be supported, but I did some research. Who these moderate groups are? They have no power on the ground. Who these people are? How are they going to fight ISIS? So this is really in a way it's very unclear. It's vague that who are these people. But whereas the YPG's experience is on the ground, their proven success is on the ground. This needs to be seen. If really the position of international coalition and President Obama really has shown leadership to attack Syria, which everybody Syrian Kurds welcomed. I think Mr. Salim Muslim also did. And when I interviewed Syrian Kurdish political and military leaders, they all welcome this attack. But the issue is that the very city desperately needs attacks has not received any share from this airstrikes yet. So Raqqa has been attacked, Raqqa, the headquarters of ISIS in Syria. But ISIS already mobilized most of its fighters from Raqqa, so they are not in Raqqa. It's really practically it's not affecting ISIS because the fighters are not in Raqqa. Jarablus, Talabiat, they are attacked. But what happens is it's a negative impact on Kobani. All these people are now running towards Kobani because that's the only area that does not receive airstrikes, and that increases the pressure on the Kobani. Like Rufan also mentioned, it's I'm a citizen of Turkey. I am very concerned about Turkey's future. If the border with Kobani falls into ISIS, that's a direct threat to Turkey as well. Because now, how we can guarantee that in the future ISIS will not carry out more attacks into Turkey using this border? So it's not only a matter of Kobani, but it's also a matter of security of Turkey too. And once Turkey is miserable, vulnerable, then there might be more attacks to Europe as well. So this, I think, this should be seen. So international community should not allow Kobani to fall into ISIS, an organization that does not have respect for human life, an organization that enjoys behaving people and showing around. This is the problem of all humanity. This is the problem of all international community. International community is stepping up, building some efforts, but these efforts should also directed to the right agencies that who are really making a difference. And I have to say that Syrian Kurds needs acknowledgement for their fight in ISIS. If you look Syria, war-torn country, it's only the YPG-controlled areas that are relatively stable, that are the life is still ongoing, that are people are, despite the embargo, despite all the challenges, they are still able to live a decent life. That's thanks to the stability YPG managed to achieve. This should be seen. Minorities are not persecuted in Kurdish controlled Syria. Women are not persecuted. This is thanks to the effort of YPG. And this should be seen, and the international community, President Obama should engage with the right partners, like I said, and Kurds are like Iraqi Kurds are acknowledged, but I think Syrian Kurds deserve as not as equal as the radicals, if not more, for their fight against ISIS on behalf of international community. And also the agreement they had near Kobane reached some sort of state that's also angered ISIS, that secular FSA groups and YPG's collaboration further angered those groups. So this kind of efforts should be supported militarily in other means. And finally, if Kobani, I want to just repeat once more, because I talk to many people as a part of what I do. I talk to many people, and I'm thinking that their life is in danger. They can be slaughtered, they can be beheaded. It really saddens me a lot. I hope international community hears that and does not allow people of Kobani to face atrocities, massacres that happen to SD people. And I hope that international community does not allow Kobani, either Arab officially called, fall into ISIS hands. It is not only the matter of Kurds, it's the matter of Turkey as well, it's the matter of all humanity in our region. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, once again, I'm sorry for the technical delay. As our previous panelists elaborated on the conflict in Syria and Rojava, regional topics and so on, my topic is going to be on Kurdish women's struggles in Rojava, Syria and Kurdistan. From now on, I'm going to use Rojava because Kurds call Rojava to Syria and Kurdistan. I'd like to start by showing you some photos. You can go like, you can show. And now the last picture. Well, as you see, these are the photos recently published in Western media, and the representation of Kurdish women in the Western media, unfortunately, does not go beyond the victim and exotic female warrior dichotomy. That is, Kurdish women are either depicted as mere victims of war without any agency, or romanticized as exotic warriors. In this process, I suggest Kurdish women's agency, struggles and gains in the last 3 years of war are really mostly invisible. That is why today I will talk about the political agency and struggles of Kurdish women at multiple fields and levels of larger Kurdish struggle for justice, equality, and a dignified life in Rojava. Since 2005, Kurdish women in Syria have been organizing militarily and politically under the youth umbrella of United Stars and Kurdish Star. Right before the Syrian uprisings, many Kurdish politicians were in Syria's notorious prisons, including female Kurdish activists. When Assad's regime forces left Kobani, Ain al-Arab in Arabic, in 2012, the Kurds took control of the city. Since then, they have been fighting for instituting a new form of self-governance in Rojava, which took on a novel dimension with the establishment of cantons in January 2014. Kurdish women have been at the forefront of this struggle, and women say they don't fight only because they are Kurds, but also because they are women. And the fight is also against male domination within the Kurdish community and in the larger Middle East. For them, the achievement of gender equality is but the most important aspect of the ongoing struggle. It is an unprecedented example in the Middle East by so far. But when we look at the Arab Spring, the recent so-called Islamic State, there is a backlash in women's status and rights. In Egypt, for instance, despite women's mass mobilization in protest, the number of seats that women occupy in the parliament is 10 out of 492. Female activists and journalists are repeatedly harassed by the government forces, and we have seen a lot of news about women who were harassed in the Tahrir Square. And in Libya, for instance, polygamy is being legalized, and the same thing happens in Tunisia, where women fear that the new Islamic Party's constitutional change will foster Sharia law and polygamy. Well, next to this, we also have the Kurdish regional government, where Kurdish identity is not oppressed, but still women's involvement in high decision-making positions is very low. There is currently only one woman in the new cabinet in the KRG, unfortunately. And to this, violence against women is one of the main problems in KRG that's on the rise. So the gender egalitarian system in Rojava is unprecedented in many ways. The West is looking forward to the day when Assad is toppled, will be toppled, but elements of Syrian opposition, whom the West has promoted and invited to Geneva talks, are no better than their counterparts in the region, unfortunately, which someone just mentioned, and do not promise any other alternative future for the women in Syria as well. You may not have heard any woman among them or who are vocal in the Syrian opposition cannot see any, or I don't know, maybe I just didn't see it. When I talked to Fatma Lekto, the Minister of Afrin Canton's Women's Ministry yesterday, she said the cantonal system in Georgia was very much inspired by the ideology of jailed Kurdish leader Abdullah Öcalan, that they applied his ideology to Syrian Kurdistan, Rojava. The constituency of Rojava Autonomous region does not include or recognize Kurds only, but also Armenians, Syriacs, and Arabs, Turkmens, and Yazidis. The idea of democratic autonomy is opposed to the nation-state ideology and homogeneity in the Middle East. It is more of a multicultural, multilingual, and multi-religious system that is designed to allow the legal participation of individuals who will be able to mobilize or organize themselves along the lines of ethnicity, religion, and gender and class. It is a system of self-governance that rejects a centralized administration model, and this is also the model that Turkey Kurds wanted to establish in Turkey as well, the Kurdish movement in Turkey. Women in Rojava believe that the system can and does enable them organize and participate in all decision-making processes. There are now 22 ministries in each of the local canton governments, and women ministries is one of them. Each canton has a council of ministers which is run by one male and one female co-leaders. And they have 3 deputies who represent the local diversity. For instance, an Assyrian woman, and South Korean was elected to the co-leader of Jizire Canton, and Kurdish woman Hevi Ibrahim was appointed Prime Minister of Afrin Canton. Each canton has its own defense system, and women in the defense system has a separate military organization named as YPG, which is the acronym for Women's Defense Forces. In the cantonal system, marriage at a young age is prohibited, and a gender quota of 40% implemented in all institutions and administrations. Just recently, one of the academic institutions in Kamusha started offering women's studies courses, for instance. About 2 weeks ago, a group of Kurdish and Turkish MPs, including some journalists, visited Rojava, Syrian Kurdistan. Among them, there was a Turkish journalist named Pınar Önç. I think she was very impressed, and she wrote that, she said, imagine a system where women are now traffic policies and stopping male drivers and looking at their IDs. Even this will have an impact on society. Women judges also look at the women's related court cases. You can compare this to the other countries in the region where West tries to promote women to even get license and drive cars. You don't have these examples in the Middle East, like in some of the countries, sorry. There are also women's shelters established in each city in Rojava where women lawyers advocate for women who confront violence, be it political, social, or domestic. And the #1 problem in Rojava is the poverty, and the women's organizations are trying to establish businesses that can be run only by women. And the second most important problem is, of course, the women trafficking. There are a lot of news that women are sold either to Turkey or other Middle Eastern countries. And so let me return here to the photos of women fighters that I shared in the beginning. Especially after the attacks on Yazidi Kurds in Sinjar province in Iraq, the Kurdish women's fighters received enthusiastic coverage in Western media. So I'm not saying that this is bad, it's good for the publicity, of course, but however, it is also the case that they are covered as either exotic Middle Eastern women fighting this Islamist terrorists like Islamic State, the jihadists, while these fighters, prefer to call themselves as protection units. And they say the revolution did not change women's life in one night, but this is a process, and they are in that process, and this process actually, they should make them visible. But yet, in order to be recognized as agents in the society, the whole system needs to be changed. Minister Fatma Lekto told me that women are not just fighters in Rojava, as it is covered in the Western media. They are indeed in all fields. They are like taking part in all fields. She said female fighters were among the first martyrs of Rojava. They fight to protect their land and their people. They define self-protection as protecting yourself against male domination and oppression, protecting your thoughts, language, and cultural rights. These all need to be protected. If you do not protect yourself, she said, you'll be oppressed and attacked easily. And finally, I'd like to say that the discourse of change is what we have heard most during the Arab Spring. The change should not be perceived as the shift of powers, but a social change that enables minorities to have a say and share the power dynamics for an equal society. In the region, there is a backlash in women's rights, and Rojava is a promising example in the region for gender equality that the Western should support. There is this idea that the West always wants to bring change and democracy to the Middle East. Yet Kurds with other ethnic groups are now administering themselves for a better future. And Mr. Saleh also mentioned that. But historically, the international community has turned a blind eye on Kurds in general, and particularly on Kurdish women. So, in fact, during my interview with her, with Ms. Lakto, the head of Women's Ministry particularly emphasized that they wanted to be in dialogue with international women's organizations, but they're so much under the IFS threat, and they're trapped. They can't just they cannot connect to the other parts. Even inside Persia, they cannot communicate with the other regions, other concerns because of this threat. And I think these are the last things that I want to share with you. Thank you so much for listening.
Before opening the floor for questions from the audience, I would like to ask the first question. And this is a question for Mushan, but anyone on the panel can address. I would like to ask you about Erdogan's statement in New York. He said that he would be willing to Ankara, although he wasn't as clear, but there was the media basically thinks that Erdogan, Ankara is ready finally for to aid against, to join the military coalition against the Islamic State. And my question is he really serious? Because Turkey, this is a risky move for Turkey. Because Turkey has built its Syria policy on marginalizing the PYD. So initially, Turkey doesn't have much leverage of Syrian Kurds, so thought that Barzani could be that person and could provide access to Syrian Kurdish theater for Turkey. But Barzani turned out to have limited influence, and then Turkey supported the Islamic State in order to keep the PYD in check. So the whole Syria strategy was built on the idea of marginalizing the PYD, but a military action against ISIS is likely to strengthen not only the Assad regime, but also the end of the PYD. So how serious is Turkey? Is it really seriously considering joining the military fight? Although I acknowledge that Turkey now, it has to make a decision. dream is to recalibrate the Syria policy. So is it finally ready? And my second question is, there are uprisings, but I think especially the rise of the Islamic State has done conflicting things with the regional Kurdish political movement. First, it created a united Kurdish front. Barzani, Kashmir, PKK, they're all on the board fighting against ISIS, and I thought that was a promising step. But on the other hand, now Turkey's support for ISIS is dividing that front, because the Kurdish now, the PYD is being criticizing Barzani for being too close to Turkey. So now that front doesn't seem to be really there. And on the other hand, we have the international community. This is a Kurdish moment. The international community and even members of Congress, the scholars, European policymakers, people are really talking about Kurdish independence, and it seems to be there's a lot of support for that. Now that Iraq is a de facto. It's divided into three, so the Kurdish independence is really, the debate on that is gaining traction. So my question is, how will this whole thing affect the Kurdish regional Kurdish political movement?
When President Erdogan made his declaration for saying that Turkey was ready to any kind of cooperation, it was really very surprising for us, because while they were discussing in Jeddah, especially the meetings, and Turkey's position was very clear and concrete, and Turkey was against the coalition. That Turkey has so many reservations, and then in some days their attitude is totally changed. Positions totally changed. Not yet, they didn't define yet how Turkey would be part of the coalition. But I think that there are some issues. First, the hostage crisis ended positively, and these people were saved from ISIS. So it was a very big issue for Turkey, and this obstacle was finished. But I think that the main issue, the change of changing the mind of Tayyip Erdogan or the Turkish government, is that the communication made in New York City by Western authorities, and I think that they realized that the bill of not participating into the coalition would be greater than they were thinking. So, but a big deal. On the other hand, without Turkey, especially in Syria and also in Iraq, international coalition would address to Kurds mainly as partner, local partner. So Turkey would be out of this process and could not be able to control this intercommunication between the international community, Western world, and the Kurds, including Syrian Kurds of Rojava. So Turkey changed the mind and preferred to be within the coalition, but controlling the connection of the coalition, mainly the United States and the other NATO members, with local force, mainly Kurds. So Turkey wants to be a part of the coalition with all of its reservation vis-à-vis the Kurds. But without being in the coalition, Turkey could not be able to prevent this process, and the image of Turkey, of Ankara, would be really a supporter of ISIS. Now, they declared for the first time openly that this is a terrorist organization, and then Turkey would join the coalition, but Turkey has some demand like buffer zone, etc. But without if Turkey would not be within the coalition, this demands of buffer zone and other things, the anxiety vis-à-vis the curve would not be considered by the international coalition. But of course, when you compare Turkey as a state and Kurds in Syria, of course, Turkey is a more important partner for the international coalition. The international coalition could not say that, no, we don't like you, we don't need you, we will be partner with Kurds in Syria. It is being equal. So that now the question is here, I think that a new coalition with Turkey would be a little bit more difficult for Kurds, but I think that Kurds of Iraq, the KRG, would be more influenced within the coalition to care about the interest of all Kurdish people. So maybe the Kurds of Syria, Rojava people, might be more influenced through Iraqi Kurdish authorities. But here, the same problem, the conference between the Öcalan, Barzani conference and so on. So that if Kurds may resolve their inner problem, their domestic problems, they can be stronger in the international area. But you cannot fight at several fronts, Kurds among Kurds, and you are fighting Ankara, you are fighting ISIS, you are fighting Barzani. So it's incredible. It's not the Kurds of Syria is not as powerful as perceiving a front in the three different fronts. Neither the Kurdish movement of Turkey, neither PKK, neither cannot do this all the time. You are disputing with Erbil, you are disputing with Ankara, and you are fighting ISIS. So it is really, they must be a kind of supernatural entity, but they are not, they are human beings as we are.
I think President Erdogan's statement in Europe, are you able to hear me? I think President Erdogan's statement in Europe is very positive, that he calls ISIS a terrorist, like it is, and the international community all know that. I think that the Kobani issue provides a wonderful opportunity for Turkey to show what it really means by terrorist. If it is terrorist, it's an opportunity for Turkey to stand against terrorists by helping the people of Kobani. This might be the first test of Turkey to really do something concrete against ISIS. Before now, the 49 hostages issue was a justification of Turkey, which can be understood. But now that those people are free, and now that President Erdogan is preparing, although, like we said, not willing with some reluctance, but still, I think the Kobani issue, the urgent Kobani issue, provides an excellent opportunity for Turkey to show that and to not allow a massacre take place. Like Michelle also mentioned, Kobani has only one access to outsiders, through Turkey, the Suruç, which really Suruç and Kobani are really one city. They are the same people divided with the border. So they're half of family end up in Kobani, the other half are Suruç. The locals don't consider themselves in two different countries, but rather just a train lane. In Kurdish they call it, which means above the line, under the line. So this is how they name it. So Turkey can clear some of the doubts about intentions about supporting ISIS or turning a blind eye to ISIS. The Kobani issue provides an example. In regards to your second question, the Kurdish dynamics, how will it impact? I think especially because of Turkey taking this issue very, very seriously, the Kobani issue. Now CNN International reports that thousands of people, Mr. also mentioned, thousands of people are risking their lives to cross the border to be a shield for their brethren in Kobani. So I think this shows that how Kurds are taking this issue
there are some prominent Kurdish leaders here. I'm sure they're going to address how it how can it affect the peace process in Turkey. But that is the biggest the concern is that is cracking. So Kurds are taking this Kobani issue very seriously. All Syrian Kurds are almost positive that Turkey is in this war against them. So Turkey needs to step up. Turkey needs to step up, not buffer zone. The buffer zone is something that Syrian Kurdish leaders are already very upset about it. They think this is indeed this all what ISIS has been attacking is just for creating a buffer zone, so that Turkey can have a ground to interfere in Rojava, Syrian Kurds. This is the Syrian Kurdish politicians I have been interviewing in last days. They have been raising this concern. So, creating a buffer zone will not be any good. If ISIS should be stopped before it reaches cities, before it reaches the towns, so before it can create any more dangers. So Kurds are still resisting in Kobani. They should be helped. Turkey should help them because if you have good relations with Syrian Kurds, you are automatically having strengthening your relation with your own Kurds. Some 15 to 20, 25 million Kurds, whatever. There are different numbers. You are ensuring to have better relations with them as well. So this should be seen. You mentioned about Turkey's Syrian policy in regards to Kurds. Yes, Turkey in the beginning acted like there are no Kurds in Syria. So try to do through the opposition that Turkey supported, Turkey financially supported, hosted. Later on, Turkey changed a little bit, like Gönül mentioned, through President Barzani tried to have a leverage over Syrian Kurdish National Council. But the time has proven that they have no power. They have day by day they got further marginalized. So Turkey later on did some contacts with PYD through Mr. Salih Muslim, but that stayed very ineffective. It did not reach the level that Rojava Kurds wanted, desired, expect from neighbors. So now that the PYD is in power, although PYD doesn't like to be called that way, PYD says we are sharing with others, but everyone knows the core of the power is PYD. So Turkey sees as a threat and does everything to weaken that establishment. So if that's the case, then this creates a problem. So many people think peace force, the Turkish intention to Rojava is indicated for Turkish attitude towards them. So this is why people are mobilized in Turkey, why people are queuing in the border. Some Mr. Demirtaş's parties MPs were at the border, and some of them are in Europe hunger strike. They are trying to draw international community's attention to this point because they think it's inseparable. So it's really the Kurdish dynamics are going through a very critical period. The Barzani-Öcalan issue is unfortunately alive. Some powers would like to play on that, but if Turkey wants to have a good relationship with Kurds, right now the best ground to show is that Turkey's policy with Syrian Kurds, and especially the dire situation in Kobani. I think it provides a good opportunity. Hopefully, I hope Turkey does something, takes some concrete steps, and then does not allow ISIS to reach Kobani, because once it's there, it's going to be very hard, not only for Kurds, but especially for Turkey as well. Turkey will have a longer border with what Mr. Erdogan calls terrorists, what President Obama calls terrorists. Why international coalition has put an effort to deal with that. So this has to be seen.
Well, thank you. So the floor is open for questions from the audience. Gentleman over there and the lady in the back. Please introduce yourselves for your question.
Kemal Jafar. I think Erdogan has made the words that ISIL is a troubled child of Islamic Brotherhood led by AKP and also the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia. It took a lot of time for the Saudis to denounce their trial. Erdogan is still thinking, how what to do with it. Because they help themselves to grow, and they are also have some ideological relation, I think. So one of the prices that it seems AKP is asking for is the buffer zone. What will be the response of the Kurdish party in Syria to this buffer zone? Because that means demilitarizing the area, disarming the Kurdish party, disarming the Kurdish party in Syria. So what do you think will be the response for that?
Yes, let's take another question.
Hello, my name is Zine. This question is going to be for Bush and Shukr. In one of your statements, you said if Kobane collapses, that would be a catastrophe for Turkey. If that is true, then why Turkey didn't do or doesn't do anything about preventing this catastrophe happening to, itself?
Okay, so one more question and then we'll turn to the panel. Jeff.
My name is Mehmet. My question in regards to the CNN crew went to Turkey, city Hatay, which is a city that is close to the Mediterranean Sea, and saw the young men coming from, from the plane, from the airport, so seeing young men coming from Yemen, from Indonesia, from Europe, from all over the world, freely walking in the airport, just like nothing. That is one point. Point number two, we have seen the pictures of ISIS supporters with their, t-shirts of death or with the logos of ISIS in subways in Istanbul. In the neighborhood, as the train comes to a certain neighborhood, you see this ISIS as you hear says, come to this section of some, that section of some, you see a picture of these people. The question is that the Turkish involvement in ISIS or support ISIS or turning blind eye to ISIS, there are a lot of examples. The question is that because Turkish government sees ISIS as a less threatened than Kurd, is that, or is that simple hatred for the Kurdishness? Or, so that is the first part of the question. Second part of the question, do you think Western governments don't see this open ISIS activities in Turkey throughout the Turkish cities, or they are unable to influence Turkish government that this is a problem not only for Kurd but also one day for Turkey itself as well. Thank you.
Buffer zone issue, Mr. Sarvis briefly mentioned during my interview on my talking with Syrian Kurdish leaders. They are against buffer zone. On the contrary, they think everything has been staged to create a buffer zone. So Syrian Kurds say buffer zone is not what they need. They need access to international law. They need a good relationship. They need support. Not this gentleman asking the question. Like I told in my speech, Syrian Kurds are convinced that Turkey is supporting ISIS. So within ISIS war against them, ISIS would not have done this much had not been Turkey's support. So international media covered a lot. I don't want to dwell on that a lot. That how Turkey turned a blind eye, Turkey jihadist highway. I don't want to enter that issue again. But buffer zone is not a solution. What will buffer zone solve? There are borders already that are mines. People are dying and crossing. So it's not what buffer zone requires. On the contrary, what's required is Turkey does not turn blind eye, does not really help in any way, or at least Turkey should clarify the doubts of the Syrian Kurds and non Kurds of Turkey too. The Syrian politicians are raising that issue too. So there is a strong perception Turkey is helping, assisting ISIS. This should be clarified. And in order to do that, Turkey has to show the intention. The gentleman asked whether Turkey considers ISIS a less threat than Kurds. This is a good question. I think this should be asked. Is it really, which was a greater threat for Turkey? Is it the Kurds or the ISIS? If it is Kurds,
then we should be clearly indicated, clearly stated, and Kurds will know that, okay, we pose a bigger threat for Turkey. Maybe they can then decide what to do. But if ISIS is a bigger threat, then some things need to be done differently. What is that? Clarify people's doubts. Now, I spoke to the company premier, of the council premier for Radical. The gentleman says, he brought the same issue. He says train, and a line that is not functional at the moment, under repair, under construction. Train is moving, stopping in a bridge that under ISIS control, and weaponry is unloaded. So this is maybe right, maybe wrong. I don't know. I have no proof. But people have serious doubts. So because the train, why would the train work? Why would the train unload something that ISIS is controlling? So, and even at the border, when the border 5G controls is very strict. The military is very, very strict. But when there is ISIS control, it's very loose. This is what I'm saying. This is many Turkish international journalists went. But there are many things that brought the Kurdish perception to this level that Turkey is at least turning a blind eye, but Syrian Kurds are no longer saying blind eye, they're openly saying they are supporting. So buffer zone is a part of this scenario according to what they call it. So buffer zone is not the solution. When you put a no human zone, militarized zone, how is it going to solve the problem? It's going to further strengthen the environment that people of Rojava suffer. Children lack milk, food. The hospitals lack medical equipment. How is it going to help? This buffer zone is not the solution. The solution is that just the issue should be ISIS should be addressed effectively.
And actually, maybe the buffer zone could actually delay the solution of the Kurdish problem, because one of the reasons why Turkey launched the Kurdish opening in 2012 was the challenges posed by the Syrian conflict. So a buffer zone would give Turkey enough room, so it won't really have to challenge, to take the challenges, so that might maybe delay the resolution of the Kurdish issue. So I would like to turn to Shan for the next question.
The question is really good question, and if the fall of Kobani will be a catastrophe, why Turkey doesn't do anything. First, they don't think like me. They don't think that it will be a big catastrophe. Maybe they may underestimate the real power of Islamic State, and they can say that there's a temporary fact, and the Islamic State cannot stay a long time in Syria and Iraq. Maybe I think that there's a miscalculation. But on the other hand, they may think that the fall is impossible, but they may a little bit lack the status quo going on, the war going on in Kobani, and a kind of the Syrian Kurds had some difficulties, and then discussing with them. Maybe they are playing on time. And on the other hand, when we say doing something, in Kobani issue, doing something is this. And now in Kobani, we are witnessing an unequal warfare. In one hand, the ISIS has heavy arms captured, especially in Mosul and in Iraq, from Iraqi armies. But on the other hand, the Kurdish fighters have really very small and not really very efficient arms. So doing something is arming the Iraqi Kurds, okay, and giving them, providing them some heavy arms like tanks, etc. So, but the biggest question is, the PKK is still in Turkey, and the PKK fighters are still in Turkey. And although the peace process is going on, for Turkish state, there is a threat, there is a risk of PKK. So, why you have always a military problem in Turkey? Why we have a military problem in Turkey? And if you arm the, let's say, the brothers and sisters of PKK in Syria, it is not For that, it is not really logical. If withdrawal of PKK might be finished, and if in Turkey territory there would not be any PKK fighters, maybe the discussion of arming Syrian Kurds would be easier. But so this is not only the paradox is not coming only from Turkey, but also from PKK. You are asking to help the Syrian Kurds and keep providing them some heavy arms, but on the other hand, for Turkey, you are still keeping your military option. So this is really the biggest question, and I think that if we solve this question for everybody, if we want to have win-win equation for Turkey and Kurds altogether, both sides should make some steps towards each other. But asking only to one side cannot solve this question, unfortunately, whether or not your arguments are totally legitimate. But we have here a very ancient state logic, state reaction of Turkey. So they are asking from the beginning on the issue of the Syria, always the argument was what would happen to withdrawal from Turkey. As far as there are PKK fighters in Turkey, whether they are attacking or not is not a problem. Their existence, and so Ankara is not welcoming to helping Syrian Kurds military.
Thank you. Questions? Gentlemen over here, there, and gentlemen. So let's take 3 questions.
I'm really excited and I don't know if I should ask this question, but I think I should. Why Erdogan made a statement under the pressure of international coalition and under pressure of the world. And I don't think that they are going to fight against ISIS because Turkey, those who rule Turkey, Erdogan, and ISIS organization, they both believe in angry man in Quran that we call Allah. And one is using violence to bring Sharia. That is the angry man right now. I'm angry too, but I'm not Allah, of course. And one is trying to bring that Sharia law through violence, through killing. That angry man says do so. And one is using democratic system to get there. And I don't see any reason even those to fight against each other who both believe in angry and in Quran. Anyone can answer. And there's any correlation between, let's ask a question, just one question. Is there any correlation between the violence at the Middle East and the word of angry man? Between ISIS and anything, whatever.
Okay, second question. Gentlemen.
I have a comment for Çakır, Ms. Çakır. All documents and reality has been shown Turkish government has coalition with ISIS, not with international coalition. Because economically and politically, ISIS is very good, the best source of energy for Turkish government. And also, 12,000 foreign ISIS fighters come from Turkey, and Turkey knows about that one. So I think Turkish is part of problem, it's not part of solution to defeat and degrade and destroy ISIS. What do you think?
Okay, one last question. Gentlemen over there.
So I actually want to take that paradigm a little bit further and ask the question from the other side. I think everybody here is looking at the horse from the rear. Let's look at it from the front. And from there, I'm going to suggest that ISIS doesn't have an independent agency. Even if you give 3 divisions worth of weapons to 500 angry men or 5,000 angry men, give to all of us here, how many of us can actually mount a tank and start using it and tactically, actively use it against an experienced force? I'm going to suggest that ISIS is actually not a tool, but a direct part of Turkish military assembly. That its command and control center is made of Turkish special forces. And it's armed, it's trained, it's sheltered by Turkey. And ISIS will exist as long as Turkey wants it to exist.
So is there a question?
No, I'm going to get the question. So the question, this being the case, and with Turkey suggesting a no-fly zone which only will protect ISIS, isn't this time for maybe PKK instead of what Michelle suggested, showing them some care? Like we show them a big stick to solve the problem.
Okay.
Mr. Chalker.
Sorry, the panelists were really clear about the questions. Unfortunately, we have to end it here, but we'll give a 1 hour break, lunch break, and then we'll convene in an hour. Thank you all for coming.
Hadi müsaade.
أحمد ومحمد منيني مش دائرة Game mutlak sağlık binalar Ahmet'im zor koşuyor. Ahmet'im yani. Ne zaman bu var?
Yeah, my national
Ça va. Ваши фишки?
Thank you.
Thank you very Because I'm not Kurdish. ¿Están París? No. ¿Hasta dónde? No, sorry. Apologies.
Why you focusing about this? Let's talk now. I can say all this. I may say some statements and the act is up to you. In this time, there will
هنا كيبو بداية فسرهم هيا زين فسرك ميلا سر ومثلا كابين زوت لا أم كونتراسيون يعني كود بجهان زيادة بناسين كود لخريطة عالمي تازة قبل شيء وشيء يعني أو كان بلام الأرض واقعة يعني أنا كود فسره الأرض واقعة يعني كود ما دروجوا أمان رجعين بفاتكاني كنا فاتكاني كدعني أمانة
كل أجر ديوت السراس لجهاني هويتك الراسية دبي لنا وبنيادك
دبروا بالمستوى.
Dr. Vendi also what you call I'm a certificate of teaching ESL also, and I also could teach some sociological course. I would like to spend 1 year in Kurdistan. I don't know, maybe. I need your advice.
We will get in touch with people.
Yeah, inshallah.
In Kurdistan.
You're going to be in dinner tonight?
Yes.
We'll talk, inshallah.
Dinner, I don't know. Are you going to be at the KNC tomorrow?
Inshallah, I am planning, but depends on my group because I'm not alone.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Inshallah.
I have a dinner appointment with a friend, so I don't know if I'm
because I really would like to, go.
But we can go. I know people. I know.
Can we take a picture here, please? Do you mind? Excuse me, Miss. Do you mind to take a picture, please?
Sorry.
Sorry to bother you.
I wish this because it's pretty unified there for united and fight the enemy and establish their rights.
Yes.
You can.
beraber
Merhaba, ben Leyla. Evet, babam Sağlık Üniversitesi selamını
Baban mı?
Evet.
Ben anneni tercih ediyorum. Babanla çok kavga ediyor.
Bilemiyorum. Biraz önce mesaj attım sizin elinizde olduğu için
Annen
söyledim.
biliyorsun. Baban değil. Zaten
Ama eminim sizin probleminiz olsaydı da değildir.
ne yapıyorsun?
Ben Johnson bakıyorum. 10 senedir Amerika'da yaşıyorum. Şimdi süreçte yardımcı oluyorum. Ama yarı zamanlı başka bir yer.
Tavsiye ediyor musunuz Türkiye'yi? Türkiye'yi tavsiye etmiyor musunuz?
Yok, siz yemeğe götürmekle sorumluyum.
Güzel güzel. Nerede biz Hocam, ben size kartı vereyim. Ben de mantıklı destek üniversitede. Sosyoloji ve sosyoloji destek yaptım. Ocak ayında lisans üzerine doktorama başladım. Teşekkürli kartlarla bir e-mail üniversitede temasımız olsun.
قربان أصواتكم عزيزي بمولا ما لو زينا لم بتواني ذلك.
Ne üretiyorsunuz efendim? Ne iş yapıyorsunuz?
Efendim? Ekonomi.
Ekonomi. Türkiye'den mi mezunsunuz?
Hayır, burada. 10 senedir
Burada mı yaşıyorsunuz?
Evet. Yani yarı zamanlı, yarı Syracuse'da, yarı...
Bir e-mail almak arzusunda olur. Teşekkür ederim.
İyi günler.
Well, that's okay. I think they have to say that. They have to say that. He's the guy. What?
Okay, so you go, and so you got your stuff back. My lights, and these two XLR cables. Blue one is black. Blue one is black. The one that's connected with there is blue. This is blue one is black. Yeah, wait, the black one's fine. This blue one is black. Okay, that's it, right? Yeah. So this one is not yours. This one's not yours, right?
Nada con Audi Morera.
Yes, boss, I'm sorry. And I will say, I like that. Hoş live TV hep şaniye takıyor.
How are you, sir?
Hey, how are you?
I just learned. No, I just learned about the conference. There is so many people, right?
Yes, but afternoon panels is like the head of the Kurdish party. Salim Muslim Skype, but he really repeated it. He followed his recent remarks in Mexico. Yeah. It looks like. But it is the enemy of Turkey.
Yeah, the enemy, yeah. The enemy is too much. There are so many ISIS fighters released from the
Yeah.
I understand. It's Eastern Arabs.
How many?
I don't know, I saw 5. They are publishing their photos.
50. You mean 50 passages of ISIS
released for exchange, but they are publishing photos of the non-fire.
What published photos?
No, I will tweet them. It's at my laptop, actually.
Yeah, but you know, it's a little deal.
Do you think Turkey will be free right now? Or?
Sure. Erdogan just talked all the way back to Turkey. He said President he wants to create the state building in Syria.
But did they agree?
He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything anyway. I don't know. I think he's not on this. So,
He put Egypt in his mind, and that's it. You are fighting now with Saudi Arabia.
Sorry,
if you are back in CCC,
Yeah, you see that we're not getting tragedies.
he doesn't directly target Saudi, but he says, yeah.
and Saudi Arabia want to give him to the Muslim side. Well, he says, I don't know, if there is any American officer, we need to know our future, what we're gonna do. Your problem with Saudi Arabia. They don't know what they will do. The coalition, where is government, what they are doing. So they are not in the picture. And I don't know how officials there is no engagement. We need to be engaged. See if there is no promises or your challenge should be over. Even so, is ready to negotiate. I was talking about so why do you wait for now? You will not go to them. See what can they are afraid because if Turkey is within the coalition, the issues will be like that. If the truly is pursuing foreign fighters, Turkey.
I'm pretty sure they will be finding ways. I use it as of makes ice happen.
Yeah, it's yeah.
It's one of these.
But there's some mistakes that don't the airside, so. Leaders will not join on the inside, so fighters, there are mistakes.
Do you think these coalitions,
So now they are saying that they want to stop. But they say now from now to 6 to 7 months, you have fighters. But the problem is after the fighters, start fighting.
Kurds are will fight, but
They will fight until the workers, but after the workers,
yeah,
there's no reason for the borders.
it's not Kurds to
There's no, yeah, you can't, why are you going to fight now? Or what? Mostly maybe because it's a strategic fight, but
yeah.
and they are just have to
Well, thank you.
yeah, I think it would be work.
قرعي بالله بس فيديو This model, our average, order to average.
What's that?
Check, 2, 1, 2.
I don't know where you are.
Good.
Check, 2, 1, 2. Hey.
Thanks so much.
لخدمتان دابم هێرەجێ
بالتأكيد
ئەوەی چێ
والله یەکێ لەو برادرانەیە عادەتەن دێ لێرە ئیشی هەیە بەڵام ئەتوانی دانیشی موقتە دوای دایانێ
Oh.
Tamam.
الله ما شاء الله.
Yaşar hocam, siz mikrofonu Nazmi Dil'le paylaşın.
Tamam.
Ya bu şu anda hala broadcast ediyor.
Şu önde oturanlar kim? Selahattin Bey var mısın?
İşte ne kadar
Söyleyeceğim. Ha? Ben de bu eski tarihler.
Ben bir çağrı yapayım yavaş yavaş.
Good afternoon. So we're going to start our next panel, and please, I would appreciate if you can take your seats. And also our panelists, they can also come.
بس جگه كمان
So, please try to take your seats. We don't have much time. We have a panel, and after this panel, we will have a fourth panel. At 5 p.m., we need to evacuate the room. So we want to start as early as possible so that we can have more time. We don't want to steal the time of the next panel. So, Mr. Nazmi is coming. And Mr. Bharti.
and this one is right. Please, others too, when you have your seats, we'll start our panel as soon as possible. One more minute and I will start. Okay, so this afternoon we have two more panels. The first one, this one will be about the peace process in Turkey, although now the general climate in Rojava as well as in Turkey Kurdistan is that actually there is no peace process anymore because of the things that are happening in Romania right now. So we have three speakers, three panelists for today. So our first speaker, Mr. Kadir Üstün, who is the research director at the SETA Foundation based in Washington, D.C. He is also serving as an assistant editor of Inside Turkey, which is an academic publication published, an academic journal published by the SETA Foundation. Mr. Üstün holds a master's degree in history from the Kent University and a master of philosophy from Columbia University, and currently is doing a doctoral work at Middle Eastern Studies. You're finished? Okay, congratulations for that one. So you can take this. Okay, okay, so. Okay. So he has done, congratulations for that. His research interests includes civil military relations, social and military modernization in the Middle East, U.S.-Turkey relations, and U.S. and Turkish foreign policy. He's also the co-editor of an edited volume titled History, Politics, and the Foreign Policy in Turkey, also published by the SETA Foundation. Our next, then, the second speaker, Henri Barnier. I do the American version actually. So he is the department chair and professor of international relations at the University. His most recent work includes Iraq, its neighbors, and the United States, co-edited by Mar Al-Nasensky from the United States Institute of Peace, based in Washington, D.C., and he regularly does research and writes about the Kurdish issue. Some of you may know his probably earlier work, Turkish question, which was one very rare attempts to understand the Kurdish situation in Turkey. It was in the mid-90s, I think 97, 98. And so he will be our second speaker, and after him, Mr. Nazmi Gür, who is a member of the Turkish Parliament, representing the Kurdish province of Van. He is the Vice President, responsible for foreign relations of the People's Democratic Party, who is organizing this conference. He was the founder, before his involvement in actual politics, for a long time, he was a very active human rights defender in Turkey. Working both in Van and in Ankara. Also, I remember he worked as the vice chair of human rights Association, right? And so he holds a law degree from Eastern Mediterranean University in Cyprus, and he will be talking primarily about the peace process and the situation, etc. Okay. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. I've been asked to talk about how Turkish government approaches the peace process, and what the sort of current attitude is towards the peace process. I'll make a couple of broad points about the peace process as a whole. First one is the fact that there is the Turkish government seems determined in this process. There have been now almost 2 years. Prior to that, the year before that, 2012, there were the height of clashes for a long time. And 2013, very abruptly, we heard about the secret talks with Öcalan. And ever since, this process has been somewhat slow, fast at certain points, but overall a dynamic process. I'll come to what I mean by those. First point I will make, the government remains, the government sees this process as a sort of social peace process as a whole, not just the withdrawal and disarmament of PKK from Turkey, within Turkey. It's a broader question about Turkey's democratization and Turkey's peace at home, so social peace between various ethnicities and religious groups as well. Of course, the history of the Kurdish issue is a very long and complicated and difficult one. So it's distinguished in many ways from other identity issues in Turkey. But this point is important because that means you need to democratize to be able to solve the Kurdish issue, and you need to solve the Kurdish issue to be able to democratize. These cannot be separated from each other. Over the past 2 years, when it started, when it was announced, there were a lot of doubts and very sort of, it was kind of a radical break in the minds of the Turkish public, but they trusted Erdogan's political capital to spend on this, etc. And this past 2 years has been overall good for Turkey, but for political sides as well, for AK Party government as well as the Kurdish political movement in Turkey, I would say. These 2 years, we have seen serious political crises in Turkey. We had Gezi Park events, we had December 17th operations, we have had an election cycle which is not even over yet, and we have seen quite a few incidents and tensions in the region that seem to derail the process at times. And perhaps we are going through one of those now, a critical moment, perhaps derailing the process. And there's been no guarantee that this process would be successful. Nobody could guarantee. Nobody could guarantee that PKK would withdraw and disarm, or that AK Party government would go all the way. There have been many suspicions. There have been many difficulties. But the process continued, and that's quite a lot in many ways. If you look at the history of this issue in Turkey, despite all the political problems and the fact that our party has been in an existential fight, or the way they perceive it at least, at several critical junctures. One good thing about this process is also the sides, both sides actually, avoided sort of unnecessary things that would basically break down the talks. And it remains actually, despite all the difficulties, the current conjuncture we are going through, it remains one of the most successful projects in the Middle East. That might not, when you look at the rest of the region, you will see that there's a real opportunity in this. But again, I want to make that point clear. It's not only about Kurdish rights. It's about democratization of Turkey as a whole. And my perspective on that is Turkish government sees it that way because they didn't make it. They could have, during the election cycle, they didn't politicize the tensions in the southeast, in the Kurdish region. There were many events that the politicians could have made a big deal out of and could have gone on a nationalist sort of diatribe and then tried to benefit from that politically. That hasn't happened, and that's a good thing. But these political crises and tensions have slowed down the process. There are deep-seated suspicions on both sides, and there are both sides, I think, have some sort of roadmap in their minds, roadmap, and there are stages about this, right? This withdrawal, democratization, disarmament, etc. But these haven't proceeded in an orderly fashion, in a 1, 2, 3. But some elements of these stages have actually overlapped, and sometimes actually conflicted, because PKK withdrew some of its armed groups in Turkey, but then some of them came back, and it's not very clear. We know that they didn't withdraw, essentially. And so while that was happening, on the political side, the secret meetings, and perceived by some of the groups within the judiciary and elsewhere as illegal talks, have proceeded to take on a legal framework. And now, beyond that, now it's at the cabinet level. It used to be the deputy prime minister who had the folder about these talks, and there were very few people, and it was very delicate. But now, with the establishment of the Davutoglu government, now Davutoglu is as the prime minister responsible for this process, and he made it a job of the entire cabinet. And now they're meeting every 2 weeks to discuss and what kind of legislation would need to be passed, etc. Of course, this is not proceeding. Again, I want to stress this. This is not proceeding as smoothly as it could because of all the complications, both in Syria and Iraq, and in the region, and the political troubles as well. And this process made Kandil wary as well. They want to be sure if their counterparts are going to be there in a year or two. And our party is trying to survive, go through the election process, come out strong in the elections to be able to sit at the tables. And the party underwent leadership change. After the March 30th, very soon after, there was the passage of the legal framework in the parliament to allow these negotiations to take place legally. That was an important step. And then soon after the presidential election, actually soon, right before, it was elevated to to the cabinet level. So the point I'm trying to make here is that past 2 years, all these crises and difficulties have made both sides wary and suspicious of each other's intentions, and have slowed down the process. And there's a bit of, okay, you take this step and then we'll take this step, and then, but how about you didn't do that? That kind of dynamic. But nevertheless, it continues so far. I think if the government is seeing it the way I said it does, which means not just a matter of disarmament of PKK, but a social peace project, a democratization project of Turkey, that means actually in the period ahead of us, we may see government proceed, at least to some extent, regardless of what PKK does, right? Because even if you agreed on pretty much everything with Öcalan, and then Öcalan made a call on Kandil to disarm, withdraw, they may still not. There's no guarantee that they will disarm, especially beyond the borders, beyond Turkey, in Iraq, and in Syria. So there is no guarantee about that. But the government sees this as an important sort of process of de-securitization of Turkish state as well. And we have 2015 elections coming up, and that will, of course, play into all this. I'll finish in a minute. That will play into all this, but I think the fact that AK Party doesn't feel right now in an existential, it doesn't feel under existential threat, that's a positive thing for the process. So this, just one last thing perhaps about, in the next several weeks, several months, perhaps next year, the Kandil's position vis-a-vis, I mean, Karayılan already said that, you know, it's over for them, but it will be up to the political leadership. But their stance may, they're saying that it depends on what the government does, but that may not necessarily be the case. We may see government proceeding with passage of certain laws and regulations and allowing PKK members to come, etc. But because of the fight in Syria and Iraq, Kandil's considerations are not confined only to Turkey. So whether they can reach an agreement on withdrawal and disarmament within Turkey and then talk about Iraq and Syria later, that's kind of up in the air. But I think for Turkey, there's no one, Turkey does not see the Kurdish issue at home as intimately as connected with what's happening in Syria. Yes, they do understand the connections, but it's, at the end of the day, it's in Syria, it's part of a civil war situation, and that requires a different recipe. But at home, the peace process, as far as I understand, they want to proceed, and they want to proceed even faster now that they don't feel like under threat. So for now, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I did already said some of the things I wanted to say, but then you just start by saying, you know, we academics, real and imaginary ones, tend to always say on one hand, on the other hand, and that's why we like academia and not someone else. And so I will do a lot of that, so I'm warning you. So yes, there's some good news and the bad news when it comes to the peace process. And what I will argue too, that is the peace process in Turkey is, to use an overused word, maybe hostage to a whole series of events, developments. And there is also, and I think Kadir also hinted at, is that there is a process, a dynamic process. And when we have a dynamic process, it's sometimes very, very hard to predict what's going to happen. Things are not linear, they go up and down, and you want to think that even despite the ups and downs, that the long-term trend is always a positive one. I do want to say, but if you want to be really pessimistic, I remember in 1993 when another Oslo process had started between Israelis and Palestinians, how optimistic people were and how people were making all these predictions about the future. And look where we are now. But I still think, personally, when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian process, that eventually there would be a resolution. And I think the same thing is true for the Kurdish, because logic tells you that that's why you have to end up. But people are not always logical. And it takes a very, very long time to get there. So given that, let's say a few things about on the positive side. Look, Turkey has moved and has come in an enormous way when it comes to discussing the Kurdish question. The issues being discussed. The government is negotiating with Öcalan, who for many people in Turkey is nothing more than a baby killer. There is a certain legitimacy that has been ascribed to both Öcalan and the PKK. And we see, for example, Selahattin Demirtas, who almost got 10% of the vote in the presidential election. So here's somebody who's associated with the Kurdish cause, running in national elections and getting votes from people other than Kurds, for whatever reason. So there is in some ways a great deal of progress that has taken place in terms of legitimizing the issue, opening up the door for negotiations, and that in of itself is enormous. Because even in the late 1990s, early 2000, to think that the Turkish government would be sitting and negotiating with Öcalan would have been people have said you're crazy. Right? So that's very important. And the important thing to remember is that the process that we have seen between the Kurds and the Turks in Turkey is still a very, very young process. A young process in the sense that on both sides, but especially on the Turkish side, there's a great deal of misconceptions, history to be that has to be rewritten or redone or rethought, and people have to come to terms essentially that yes, there are Kurds. I mean, for all these years we were talking that there were no such thing. So even if I don't know, the years it's been now since the process started, 5 years, 6 years is a very short period of time when we think about such a momentous peace process. But still, the fact that there are no riots, the fact that even the nationalist parties cannot muster people to demonstrate against this on the streets. Yes, they can rail in the newspapers, etc. But that's nothing compared to what could have happened. So that's on the positive side. And the other, of course, is that you see that even certain institutions that were more conducive to armed conflict, whether it's PKK or the Turkish military, have observed a ceasefire. PKK said he has a ceasefire. The Turkish army never admitted he has a ceasefire. But in reality, the Turkish army, from everything I've seen, everything I've heard, is abiding by a ceasefire. That in of itself is also an amazing change. In the time that there hasn't been any fighting, and with the economic developments that Turkey has experienced in recent times, the level of the standard of living even in the Kurdish regions has increased dramatically. So that also creates essentially a momentum towards peace, because people who, after all these years of curfews and martial law, etc., now you're educating your kids, you're buying cars, you're traveling, you're living in much, your life has improved. That in of itself is also an impetus to for the continuation of this. And similarly, for families on the Turkish side who have been sending their kids to fight, the fact that there are no more body bags coming back is also another piece. Okay, so yeah, so this is a good thing. But what are the dynamics that work against this? Before I say that, the other issue I should mention, but in reality, the amount of progress that has been made on the political side is still not very significant. And the three main issues continue to remain the three main issues. And what are they? I mean, we all got the constitutional change, which is incredibly difficult to achieve. Complete cultural rights, right? Then it's easier to see progress being made. People are talking about education in the native language, and other times would say, I mean, that in some ways is easier to implement. And you can see progress slowly taking place. The third is decentralization. Decentralization also is an issue that both Turks and Kurds can benefit from. I mean, some who live in Israel needs to be decentralized from Ankara as much as someone who lives in Diyarbakir. But still, there are many issues with this. But these are the three main topics, and there's basically not a great deal of progress has been made, and it's understandable. I mean, this process is relatively new. The question is what are the dynamics that are working against this? And I would say that essentially three. You can look at it as regional dynamics, some of which are slightly way to repeat it in a different way. Domestic dynamics and international dynamics. Let me start with the regional dynamics. The regional dynamics obviously is what's happening mostly in Syria and Iraq. We heard today this morning from Rushen that the fall of Kobani would be catastrophic for the peace process, and I tend to agree with him. But this is again, Rushen can say it, I can say it, other people can say it, but we don't know. I mean, we're making a supposition on what we observe. But it is true that what has happened regionally has dramatically changed the power constellation in the region. This is not to say that the Kurds are much stronger than before, but it is true that the way Kurds look at the region has changed. And the fact that where you have the KRG and the PYD at one point at odds with each other, especially after the rise of ISIS, especially after what happened in Sinjar and Mosul, that now you have suddenly a closing of the gap between the two. The realization that you are part of the same ethnicity, that you have the same enemy, essentially the closing of flanks. But what that does is obviously increases nationalist identification. It strengthens you. But and similarly, we're seeing the same type of reaction among Turkish Kurds with respect to what's happening in Kobani. I should say that we've seen this before when the Anfal campaign happened in Iraq, when you had the massacres in 1988, and in both cases, and that was 1988, but also in 1991, people cross the border, Kurds get mobilized in Turkey. So all these incidents tend to strengthen regional identification. Very quickly on the regional dynamics. One of the things that we are seeing is that the borders in the region are disappearing. That doesn't mean that Syria will cease to exist as we know it. The United Nations is Syria is still not Syria where the borders are it has, but the borders no longer mean. The borders in Iraq doesn't control its western parts, Syria doesn't control its eastern parts. The people in that region have. The same thing is going to be true, certainly, of Syria and Iraq in terms of the Kurds. We don't know, and in many ways, one of the unknowns here are the Iranian Kurds. We don't know what the Iranian Kurds will be doing. But all these regional events are changing dynamics, and we see that Turkish behavior, government behavior with respect to Kobani is now having serious implications in the peace process. This is something that 2 years ago we would not have contemplated, we would not have been talking about. Domestic dynamics. Kadir's talked about that this is a bigger project. The peace process is a bigger project than just the peace process. It's about democratization, it's about creation of social peace. I agree with the social peace, I don't agree with the organization part of what at the beginning, I did also think that, yes, peace process was an important way for the Turkish government to rein in the military, and it has made it. I mean, the military today appears to be non-violent. And it is important for Turkey to have peace with Turkey because Kurds now are all over Turkey. It's no longer stopped in the southeast. Go to the